The kids are.
What's your minimal inseam?
I'm an 8er.
I am too. 8 inches for me.
8 inches for me.
Probably 8. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it's anything more than or anything less than 8 inches,
but I feel
naked.
But I must say that I feel slouchy now with 10.
You shouldn't go 10. They don't. I used to wear shorts that would touch the middle of your knee. You don't need that anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's Fab Five stuff.
Yeah.
I do like that more than 8. If I had to go one or the other, I would go longer than shorter.
Yeah.
If I'm lounging around the house, yes.
No, I like a good 8 inches, and if it's anything
out of context,
it's filling.
Oh, the inseam rock star. Don't make this dirty, right?
I don't like them girthy either.
I mean, that's the first time you've ever uttered that on the show.
Finally, something our wives would agree with. And here's the last thing today. Some of you have already reacted to this. We wanted to react live on the show. Ryan Seacrest is officially the new guy to humbly be replacing Pat Sajak. So Ryan Seacrest will step in. He can't wait to continue the tradition at spinning the wheel and working alongside the great Vanna White. So Vanna's saying.
Yeah, I saw Vanna's asking for a raise. The report I saw said she hadn't had a raise in 7 or 8 years, which is amazing.
I tell you, man, for her, I know she's iconic, but for her age to be able to still do what she does. I mean, most networks, if they could have, I mean, they would. Well, I know he's turning letters,
from like 90 feet away,
but they would have pushed her off a cliff and brought a 25-year-old.
Yeah, she's the drawing point now, right? She's the name that's still there, right? To give Ryan Seacrest credibility in this, she's got to still be there for at least the transition. So there is value to that if I'm her agent.
Stacey says only works 36 days a year. I think they do like 5 episodes a day. They don't do many days.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
So 5 a day.
I think they do 5 a day.
I just don't
36 days. That's the whole calendar.
Yeah.
So Sajak's going to finish out his 41st year, and then he's done. Seacrest takes over. We were talking about this in break. How many jobs can Seacrest have?
So we counted up in break. He's got now Wheel of Fortune. He still does American Idol. Now, as you point out, he's producer, co-owner of a lot of these.
American Idol. His morning show he owns.
His morning show, the Casey Kasem Top 40.
The Top 40 he bought, he owns that. Dick Clark rocking New Year's Eve, he owns that.
Kardashians.
Yeah, the Kardashians are one of his biggest moneymakers.
Yeah. The one thing you think he probably gets a cut of the action on this deal.
I guarantee you.
Merv Griffin Productions, I think, owns this.
I would bet that he somehow bought a piece of the pie.
I would say so, too. Yeah, he had to at least get points in syndication or something.
That big wheel that they spin, Brown, he got a couple of slithers of that.
But Stacey's right. He's got radio show that he does every morning.
Again, like Jim said, he owns that. I mean, it's
Top 40.
To his credit, he's figured it out. He knows buy it and work it.
Yeah, I found that I enjoyed a lot more as when you're friends and you own it.
It's kind of weird when you're making the money now, right?
Yeah.
When the rabbit gets the gun, it's a different game.
All right, that's our Tuesday show. We're back with you live on a Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 1 Central. Always amazed still that people who just, and it's okay, that just get us on the podcast, the recordings, they were like, I just miss it when you guys were live. And I'm like, we're live every day. You do a live show? I only get you on the podcast. We're live every day, 9 to 1. So if you're just finding us live, thumbs up, like everything. If you still enjoy us on the podcast, replays, thank you. Just as important to us. Every click counts, and we appreciate every one of you. We're back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now. We'll get to some of those tragic stories that you guys are talking about already in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, including remembering one of the great seasons of SEC football in 2010 that involved Ryan Mallett, who passed away. We'll talk about his life, his time in football coming up a little bit later on in this opening hour. A lot of NFL football to get to, the college game out there, and as usual, some non-sports stuff over the next 4 hours. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Tyler, Lunsford Forrester, and Taylor Korn, all here again today as we get ready for the holiday weekend coming up. Remember, no live show Monday, no live show Tuesday. So we're live the rest of this week and live next Wednesday again, a week from today, as we get to the Independence holiday weekend coming up. Concert last night for LT. He comes out decked out in a color-coordinated Dodger blue today. How was Matchbox 20?
Matchbox 20 was awesome. Rocky was there. I got to see Rocky for a little bit, the VIP before. Matt Nathanson.
Yes, did not see any of Matt Nathan.
I saw a little bit of him. He was more of a comedian. He had a really good personality. Yeah, I mean, he was basically telling jokes in between songs, and then Matchbox 20 came on about 9 o'clock.
Right on 9 o'clock.
Yeah, right at 9 o'clock and played till a little after 11, and they were great. You know, they played a lot of their new stuff. They've got a new LP out, and is it even called an LP?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's...
Anyway, they've got a new, whatever you want to
release.
Call it. Yeah,
Download.
There we go. So they played probably 6 of those songs, and they mixed in, and then they did their encore. They did a lot of their old stuff that people would recognize, and they played one cover.
What cover? What they cover?
Don't You Forget About Me.
Oh, they really did. That went on the set list. Wow.
Oh, it was great, yeah.
Was that was on your set list too?
No, I had I had a Setlist FM is a great site to look at people's set lists from the past nights, and I was like, consistently they've been doing these same set lists every night, and I'm guessing they change 1 or 2 songs a night.
Yeah, and I got to see some next round viewers and listeners out. They said hello. Yeah. And that was nice to see. It was completely packed out. Of course, it was hot as balls.
Yeah, great concert. It's outdoor concerts, but as Subtle said, we all agree we like the outdoor shows better than the indoor shows.
Look, I mean, by the time Matchbox 20 took the stage, it was probably low 80s. Yeah. 81, 82. There was a little bit of a breeze. It was fine.
Yeah, I enjoy being outside. But one thing that you notice in a lot of places where you go, except for Falcons games, I don't know how Braves games are. We've experienced this with college games wherever we go. But you were telling me the concession prices are unreal. Unreal.
I mean, literally, I ran into some old friends, and I bought them your drink, and then I bought 2 more. So I had 4 total drinks.
Right. So
one was a beer. There was a mojito, 2 margaritas, and a Bud Light.
Mojitos, 2 margaritas. Don't say the TikTok song. And a beer.
And the Bud Light was a 24-ouncer, so it's a big one.
Yeah.
But, you know, some of those times when you're at a 90-degree concert, you don't necessarily want a 24 because you have to really get after it.
Right.
But those 4, and I'm not exaggerating, with tip was $117.
And not an exorbitant tip. You weren't like making somebody's day.
I gave her 6%. Yeah.
I mean, I gave her 15%, which ended up being...
Yeah.
I mean, it was probably $15 tip.
That's right. So basically a $100 tab.
Yeah.
Without the tip.
Well, I mean, Dodger Stadium, 2 Diet Cokes, 2 Souvenir Cup Diet Cokes, 2 waters, 3 Dodger dogs, and a tub of popcorn. $80.
This is what I respect
it's ridiculous.
about Arthur Blank and Mercedes-Benz. When you go there, and like I had heard about it, but the first time I went, I had forgotten about it. And I ordered 3 or 4 hot dogs and 3 or 4 beers. And it was like $40. And I was like, oh, my gosh, this is crazy.
You know, the one that bothers me the most, sporting events are one thing, but the one that bothers me the most, I was just telling you guys about it, is the airport, because they literally trap you into paying their prices. Literally, by law, trap you into paying their prices.
You can't go outside because you have to recheck and all that.
And I can't take it through security.
Yep.
Well, I mean, that's the same with all these venues. I mean, once you're in there.
Yeah, but I mean, but, you know, I'm not there's not like a law saying, I mean, I get the choice of going in the venue, right? But at the airport, I mean, I got to fly if I'm going to fly. And I got to airport, and it's literally a federal law that prevents me from taking my stuff in.
I can't bring this in because
right.
it could blow up the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't take anything into a venue.
I get that. But I'm telling you, Lance, it's not a federal law. I'm saying we got federal law that traps us in to the airport. And I can't take anything through that security gate. So basically, the federal government is essentially colluding with all these airport vendors to charge exorbitant prices, and I got no other choice.
Yeah, I don't know how people night in, night out do this, because with the 4 tickets and with the concessions and with dinner before.
I think you are the closest person I know to doing this night in and night out. You are frequently. You go out to dinner more than you cook at home. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I go out to dinner a lot.
Yeah, we do that now.
But I don't go to a lot of events. I mean, I like concerts. Yeah. I went to one Saturday night, but it was on a lower scale.
But you go out for drinks more than I do. I mean, the amount of money you do out. So for you to be blown away by pricing, that's when it told me it must have been up there, because you see the pricing on things all the time.
Yeah, look, and I'm not, I mean, this is by far, this was, look, it was worth it. My boys had an incredible time. But with tickets, with dinner, and with drinks at the concert, I spent close to $1,000.
And your dinner was
one night.
Cheap Mexican.
Yeah,
your dinner was, relatively speaking, but it wasn't like
it was $125 for 4 people.
Yeah,
I mean it's normal what you probably would spend.
I will say most sporting venues, or if not all of them, at least allow you to refill the bottle or bring in an empty bottle and do the water filling station. Yeah. Right.
No, they had
at least respect that.
They did have coolers in the VIP. I don't know if they had coolers outside. Did you know, Rocky?
I did not see anything. I'm not observant on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, in the VIP, they did have coolers where you could get tap water. But the regular waters, bottle of water was $8.
They call it tap water, or in Pelham they call it hose water.
Hose water.
They put a single lemon in there.
You know, I have learned this, and I think it's a really good lesson. As you get older, spend money on experiences, whether it's travel, concerts, things like that you'll remember. I mean, me and Little Man had arm around each other singing last night. You know, I mean, you can't put a price on that.
No, I would agree completely. That's why, you know, like I was talking about Dodger Stadium, I spent that $80 without thinking twice. I knew it was going to be a good night for my family, right? $80. Am I going to get to my funeral and say, God, I wish I had that $80 back that I spent at Dodger Stadium back in 2023?
Yeah. No, not
at all. I'm not going to do that. No.
Lunsford, Jerry Seinfeld in Vegas, he went there, got 1 bottle of water and 1 glass of wine, spent $30. When you factor in wine, though, that's out the window. Like, I can't pick where we eat dinner after golf with my buddies anymore, because I took us to a local place just to sit in their bar after a round of golf the other day, and they were like, you know, go ahead and get us a glass of wine. So I ordered the wine I like. I said, you want me to get a bottle, which would have been the smarter choice. They were like, I don't know how many I'm going to drink. And I said, well, I'm only going to have 1. So I got it. It was $28 a glass.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good wine. I like it. 28. So I got them that too. And well, they ended up having 4 of them. And then when their bill came, and they just got an appetizer. I got a steak, my 1 glass of wine. I was drinking water with that, and 1 side, the Brussels sprouts. So I had a steak, Brussels, and 1 glass of wine. And their bill was bigger than mine. They just had an appetizer and 4 glasses of wine. They said, what the hell?
Yeah.
I was like,
I picked a good one, boys.
That's what'll kill you if you go to dinner with somebody and you basically, let's say we both have a steak, we split a couple of sides. Right. I'm drinking wine, you're having a couple of beers.
Right.
Let's split the tab. Yeah. I'm getting out really good on something like that.
That's when Poochie and Woody, that was our favorite dinners, because they would keep that wine flowing all night long. It was an open tap from the vineyard.
How is a glass of wine coming off a hot golf course? That seems like a terrible time.
Well, I mean, I had driven 20 minutes. I downed the great Powerade Zeros from our friends at Coca-Cola.
I'm just saying,
I was well hydrated, and I had a water.
I am not a wine drinker, but that seems like a terrible time to have wine coming off a hot golf course.
I got one friend that'll throw a little ice into his red wine. I'm always like,
really?
Wow.
He's got to be alabaster.
No. He's from Georgia, and I'm always like, he likes it.
He likes it cold, huh?
He likes it. And one came out. He goes, your red wine's chilled, and then brought another glass that wasn't chilled and proceeded to put a couple ices in there. And I was like, they're trying to thread a needle with you here on this wine, I think.
I do think red I'm talking about a little less than room temp is the best to get it at.
I like it when it comes out right out of the field, LT.
And you talk about the $28 wine. So our buddy's wife that you guys know, I told you before, her drink was $28, a mojito.
Yeah, but that doesn't surprise me. I mean, you got to put in labor at that point because that's not easy to make behind the bar. I think that is the least. I've never bartended. Tyler, have you bartended anybody?
Oh,
I don't think they like
chopping up the mint.
All that stuff you got to do with the mojito. They don't like those. I don't think.
You know, Bobby is right in the chat room, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Matchbox 20 credits their launch to 107.7 The X in Birmingham and our former colleague Dave Rossi, who...
and I knew it was coming. You know, I was talking to some people.
Oh, did you bring it up last night?
Oh, yeah. Rocky,
I think he does every time he's
it.
in, yeah.
And he was talking about 99, though. I think he messed that up. What was the Bear before? That was like 105.9, right?
There was Kicks 106. Then it was, I think it was the Bear before it was Kicks 106. Then it became...
See, I thought it was 105.9, the Bear, and then it went 107.7, the X. I remember the day they flipped it.
Yeah.
Now, he was off. He said, you know, Dave Rossi from 99 locally. But he did give Rossi a shout-out and talked about how important Birmingham was and 5 Points Music Hall, and everybody went nuts.
Well, I texted my buddy Kevin Storr, who I used to work with at NBC 13, and before I got married, they were at Music Hall. And he's like, come on, you got to go hear this band after one of our newscasts. And so we went down there, and we caught them at the Music Hall, and they were fantastic. And you know, Matchbox 20, it was right before that first album exploded. And later that summer, that album exploded.
Yeah, I mean, he said that the airplay in Birmingham, and they did 5 Point Music Hall, and they show up for the concert, and the lines wrapped around the block, and they're like, wow, we're onto something.
That's exactly what Kevin said. Yeah. He's like, we got down there, and that was the first time I ever realized that being Jim Dunaway wasn't so bad. The guy at the door recognized you and brought you in through the back door. I was like, it was one of the few nights, but that was a good night. That it was good to be Jim.
Well, I can't believe they don't give out any shout-out to Luca. You remember the old British personality?
Yes. The British person from Jasper.
I mean, I heard she did a lot for Matchbox 20. So it's interesting they leave.
Very helpful.
Oh, was she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of airplay.
I'll tell you those. So When You're Gone is one of my favorite Matchbox 20 songs. I like that. Bright Lights. There's quite a few I like, but
emotional.
When You're Gone, though, it's
late night.
Late night. When You're Gone, the way they did that last night, Rocky, bringing out the stools.
Yeah, what they did with Kyle, the guitarist, instead of doing a full band thing, him and Rob Thomas pull out 2 stools, and he has an electric guitar, and he does like this really jazzed up version of If You're Gone. It's really good. And like Rob came out in white tennis shoes and looked like he was just steps off the beach in California with his little open shirt and everything, which you don't like. Remember, you don't like the open collared shirt.
I don't.
Yeah, with a T-shirt under it.
And it just said generic T-shirt. I like Rob Thomas a lot,
awesome.
though. I mean, that guy, and I was telling the story that you had told me that, you know, he wrote all the songs, and they were like,
you can't sing.
Yeah, we love the songs, but you can't sing. And he was like,
your voice doesn't stand out. And he was like, I'm not selling my songs. Either I sing them or we're not doing them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like that.
I said, you just don't have the voice for it, man.
They said Rob Thomas can't sing.
Well, he started taking vocal lessons.
Yeah, but if you listen to the album, like he doesn't have like a super distinctive voice.
No,
I mean,
but
it's good. But it's just
a
not
good
like,
voice.
But honest to goodness, I mean, a lot of that era, there were a lot of bands that were big that couldn't sing. The alt rock in the 90s, the 90s rock. There were a lot of people that were not good singers that
they were all like Pearl Jam wannabes and Alice in Chains. Everybody was putting this mold. Well, the only way you're going to sell is if you sing like this, because everybody's purchasing and buying this.
Yeah.
So you just put in this awful mold.
Bob says LT sounds like he has the Pelham flu.
I do. I think it goes back to the venue on Saturday night I was at.
Yeah.
A couple of people they're a little banged up from that.
Joe says his wife was at Matchbox 20 last night. Drove all the way back to Gunnersville. She was moving a tad slow this morning too. LT.
Yeah. So Rob Thomas continued to point out, hey, up in the 300s, you know, like giving shout out. I mean, that might be the most packed I've seen the amphitheater. And again, I hadn't been in a while, but there wasn't a seat open.
I think she said Foo Fighters was just ridiculous.
Oh, I bet it was.
And they waited through the rain for that
they
one.
waited
Big rain
an
delay.
hour and a half delay.
All right, that's a good 14 minutes right there on LT's night last night and the prices that you face out there. Shout out to everybody who remembers the X and the Bear back in the day and just a special time in music here in Birmingham.
Zach's spot on, by the way.
Go ahead. What does Zach say?
Oh, you just said Luca helped out backstage.
All
I
right,
think she brought the band on, things like that.
That's a Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Slice Pizza. That's where LT could be heading for lunch today.
Slice, great place. Local pizza, local ingredients, 4 locations. The original in Lakeview, then Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. The best specialty pizzas out there, from the soul pie, the wing and a prayer, the Bajaya special, the hot mama that Dunaway loves. Get in for lunch or dinner. Again, 4 locations. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Brown said something, and this is where we transition to before we get to everything else going on the field, to some horrific stories and sad stories in sports. But Ryan Mallett drowning, that news coming yesterday. And Brown, you said something about the beaches down there right now.
Yeah, Panama City Beach is the most dangerous beach in the world right now. And that's not like just somebody saying, oh, my gosh, it's dangerous. It's statistically the most dangerous beach in the world right now. More people have died on Panama City Beach recently than any beach in the world because of the rip currents. And it's unfortunately what claimed the life of Ryan Mallett. And he's not the only life. He's just the most notable, the name we recognize. But there are many people that have died at Panama City Beach and Destin, right there on the Gulf, in the past 7 days.
You know, it's really weird because you brought it up to me yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, right after the show, he was talking about, man, have you heard about how bad the current is down on the Panhandle? And I said I haven't, but I don't mess around with that. Like, if you've got a red flag out there, I tell the boys, don't go above the knee. It's just not worth it, because my older brother Shane got swept out one time. And he didn't panic, and he swam. What do you
swim along the beach?
That's right, along the coastline.
Until it breaks, and then you come in. So he swam what he said was probably a mile before it broke. But most people panic. And you think about Ryan Mallett.
Like great athlete, only 35 years old.
Big
NFL
dude,
athlete,
too.
right?
Big dude.
Yeah, and this is a guy, a former professional quarterback. And you said, 35 years old. I haven't seen him. I'm going to assume he's still in good shape. You just never know, man. It's just not worth it. Like, sit on the beach or call it a pool day if you've got red or double reds.
It's been double red a lot the last week. I think they just recently dropped it to red, and I do think there's some confusion there. For some reason, double red, the Gulf is entirely closed. I think
so they can give you tickets and arrest you if you do not adhere to that.
That's
if
right.
You're in the water.
Yeah, double red, it's entirely closed.
Because you're risking. I mean, I saw them arguing, Brown, with some people from the north who, and I understand, you spend your vacation, you want to get in the water, you come from up north. But I saw them arguing, getting people out of the water. We're on vacation. We want to get in the ocean. We came from Chicago or whatever. And they're like, you do not understand. This is for your protection, but also for our protection, our safety personnel who will have to go out there and try to rescue you.
Yeah.
You're risking our lives, too.
Yeah, because people panic and you drag somebody under that's trying to save you. It's just a bad deal. And, like, I would never let the kids out there.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it.
And it's going from red to double red or whatever, but there are some aerial shots of the floor of the Gulf just along the coastline. This is not like, 500 yards out. This is along the coastline, the floor of the Gulf. From the aerial shots, when you see what those rip currents did to the floor of the Gulf, okay? The trenches it basically dug this is powerful stuff. And again, Ryan Mallett was, 6'7"?
Yeah.
6'7" is where he played. He was, I don't know if he was still in playing shape. He's probably 260 pounds.
So he was coaching high school football, and I would assume he's still working out.
Yeah, so this is a guy that size, it's not just small people, that size and that athletic ability, he had no chance, unfortunately. So, it is a scary time down there right now.
And I think we forget how good of a college quarterback he was.
That's what
really
I wanted to
good,
get to, that 2010 season, which was so magical in this conference. Auburn fans remember it with Cam Newton in the national championship. Ryan Mallett was the quarterback at Arkansas that year and had some really good games, a big battle with Alabama that I think Alabama ended up winning. He came back and beat LSU after an injury.
The Auburn game was great for 2.5, 3 quarters. It was just a shootout. And then Mallett went out, and the kid, last name Wilson.
Not Zach.
No, help me out.
Ryan?
No, something
Ryan
with a T.
Tyler Wilson.
Tyler Wilson. Tyler Wilson.
He was really good.
Yeah, ended up coming in that game late. I think Auburn ended up winning by 14, but that was a great game early because Ryan Mallett, man, he could spin it.
Yeah, he was just such you just don't see many six, Brock Osweiler comes to mind, Ryan Mallett. You just don't see a lot of quarterbacks that big and that tall. And at times, it's a detriment because, you end up throwing down a lot and it messes the angles up and things like that. But that was not the case with Ryan Mallett. This is a guy that's good enough to hang on in the NFL for a little bit.
And the world reacting last night around the sports world, Bobby Petrino, his former coach, Bill Belichick, Arkansas, the Patriots, There's Petrino's comments last night. Heartbroken to hear the passing of one of the greatest competitors I've ever had the privilege of coaching. And everyone just talking about what a great person Ryan Mallett was. Tom Brady last night. We lost a great man. Thank you for everything, Ryan. He was Brady's backup there in New England for a short period of time. This from Arkansas football. Remembering Ryan Mallett last night. Shocked and saddened by the passing of Ryan Mallett. Remembering his mom and his family there in that situation there. Again, he was a high school football coach. The Patriots and Bill Belichick also sending out some thoughts last night on social media with Ryan Mallett. And one other story that just blows your mind is NASCAR driver, Indy driver too, but NASCAR driver Jimmy Johnson, who's now a car owner and is back racing part-time, was going to race on the street race in Chicago this weekend. He has chosen not to do that because of his in-laws and his nephew in a murder-suicide that really, I don't know a lot of details about it except just a sad, shocking situation as we continue to try to, grasp the mental health of some people in our country that would do something like this. And I don't have details. You guys may have more details about this other than his wife's parents and a grandson who was 11 years old being shot and then another gunshot killing the shooter, who they believe was the mom, I think.
Yeah. Well, she actually killed her husband, 68-year-old Terry Janway, killed her 69-year-old husband, Jack, then killed Dalton, the 11-year-old, and then shot herself. And look, mental health is a real thing. I've talked about my struggles before. I told you guys before the show I got a bad text that one of my fraternity brothers ended his life yesterday. And nobody needs to be alone on this. What I don't understand, and again, when you're in that dark place, you can do things that maybe you think are out of your control. But for you to shoot a kid, like, taking your own life is one thing, but I've never understood the murder-suicide thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's just...
an 11-year-old.
I think there's no
answers.
There's no understanding.
Yeah. I don't think there's any... I don't think you can understand it.
And again, I'm not trying to be overly dramatic, but life is so precious. And, back to Ryan Mallett and this 11-year-old, middle of summer, these guys are having the time of their lives, and the next day you're gone.
Yeah.
So that's some of the tragedy that sort of intertwines with our sports world today as we start the day off here. When we come back, we'll jump into what went on the field last night. I don't think there is a doubt who the best baseball team in Major League Baseball is right now. The record is about to show that. They're still 2 games short of the Tampa Bay Rays, but we'll talk about this Atlanta Braves team that continues to look like a monster in the National League. They showed it again yesterday from the plate. We'll get to that and a lot of college football news, NIL discussion. We'll continue our 40 and 40 countdown, and I've got a topic that I need a little filler time in between you guys writing your answers on dry erase board. I'm gonna see if I can coax an old guest to join us in that filler time between answers. Like I would ask a question, and while you guys are writing out, we may need a little filler in between. I may have see if I can convince an old guest. If he can't join us today, maybe down the road, to sort of fill time while you guys are writing your answers.
Well, I am fascinated by this.
Yeah, so that may be happening over the next few.
Dunaway creation.
I like it. I like it.
Will it be a one and done?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is a one and done topic.
Okay, so there's no chance of this.
No, this
continuing.
isn't.
Okay.
This isn't. What is this Wednesday? This isn't. Tell me something.
Tell
good
me something
Wednesday.
good Tuesday.
Yeah. It's not going to be one of those. Alrighty, so that is that's the lineup straight ahead. Our first guest is Dean Blevins at 10:25. Todd Fuhrman on the show today, though very little to gamble on right now, other than the Canadian Football League and Major League Baseball. But we'll talk to Fuhrman from Vegas as well. All that is rolling on today, being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call home for their 4 or 5 years in college, make it Montevallo. Go to montevallo.edu to find out details on what a great academic school Montevallo is. The price point as a parent of a student there. You'll find out the education you get for the money you spend there. Second to none. It's a really good price point you want to check out. 23 fully funded Division II NCAA scholarship sports there. Great fraternity, sorority life, and a whole lot more. Beautiful campus. You see it all. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. montevallo.edu. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Buffalo, the Bills re-signed Sean McDermott this week to a contract extension to 2027. What's your thoughts, LT, on the job McDermott is doing in Buffalo?
You know, the guys that are always going to get the blame are the head coach and the quarterback. And unfortunately for Sean McDermott, I mean, there is one expectation, and that's to win a Super Bowl. And unfortunately, he's not been able to do that yet. And he's got a great roster, and they've been right there, but they've been unable to do it. And he hadn't even been to a Super Bowl yet. But I think Sean McDermott's a good coach. I really do. And, this is kind of the year nobody's really talking about Buffalo. Everybody's talking about KC possibly repeating. Everybody's talking about Cincinnati. People are talking about the improvement of Baltimore.
The Jets with Aaron Rodgers now.
Yeah, Detroit. No, Detroit, the AFC version of Detroit, the Jacksonville Jaguars, people are talking about that team continues. But, I mean, when you look at his record, he has got 4 straight double-digit win seasons. Coming off of 13-3, he's won the AFC East 3 consecutive years. But, again, the furthest he's been is the championship game, and that was back in 2020. So he hasn't even gotten to an AFC championship game in 2 years.
Yeah.
3 years.
He's a bit of a perplexing coach. He really is, because I'm with Lance. You look at what he's done in the regular season. It is very hard to argue against what he's done in the regular season.
62 and 35. And when you're winning 64% of your games in the NFL,
that is really, really good.
It's really good.
And they're consistently in the playoffs, yet they consistently have come up short. And they've been close. I mean, that game at Kansas City, back and forth, by all accounts, should have won that game. And unfortunately for them, they left Patrick Mahomes 13 seconds. Who would have thought? 13 seconds or whatever it was, 17, 13, whatever.
What was that, 2 years ago now?
Yeah, it was 2 years ago. I mean, that's the one that really stings them. I know that Cincinnati loss last year in the playoffs was probably hard to swallow, but that one at Kansas City, they could have easily won that game.
Okay, to baseball right after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Excuse me real quick. Again, the Pelham flu.
Pelham flu. You think we do the last 2 hours?
No, I'm going to make it.
You're going to make it?
Cap it, don't snap it.
How long? Don't open that door. Don't open that door. I'll leave right now if you want me to.
I thought about this last night, though. I should have taken today off. 823-2212. I'm fine, though. Cap it, don't snap it. Again, it's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get the ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. No good to the wife or kids. Keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Get that free estimate today from our good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Okay, so Atlanta wins last night 6-2. The guy who won the daily fantasy I was in just basically started a lot of Braves. And, he had this early lead, like 2 innings into every game, the games last night. I jumped on. I was like, how does he have that many points? I was not watching the Braves. So I clicked on his starting lineup, and he had Murphy, he had Riley, he had Acuna, and he had Albies. And I was like, my goodness, the Braves are up 5-1. For him to have that many points, those 4 guys must have done it all. And home run, yes. 2 hits and 2 scores. And those guys were on top. The pitching is good and getting better as they get healthier. You look at any power rating, even though by percentage points, 2 more wins, but a 659 winning percentage for Tampa, 658 winning percentage for the Braves. One team is playing, the Braves have won 4 straight again, 9 of their last 10. I don't know how many 6-game win streaks they've had this year, but they're running down another 6-game winning streak coming up. There is no doubt in my mind that they are the best team in baseball this year.
They are. They're the best team right now. I mean, I know you said this year, and for the first couple of months it was Tampa, and right now it's Atlanta, and probably will be for a certain period of time. And that's the way Major League Baseball works. And then somebody else will be better, and then it's who's the best in the postseason. But right now, it's Atlanta. They're the best team in baseball.
They're the team to beat.
I agree.
Yeah, and Matthew says 19-4 in June. They've won 12 of 13, and they've got star power. Unlike your Rays,
that's right.
Acuna, we talked to Buster about him yesterday. He's going to win the MVP outside of getting hurt before the break.
He said, Buster's quote was, he's doing laps around the field when it comes to the MVP race.
I mean, he is incredible, but he hits 2 home runs in the first 2 innings, 5 home runs for the Braves in the first 2 innings. They now lead the majors with 146. By the way, Dodgers are second with 124.
Yeah.
So if you're a Braves fan, not only are you winning, this is like exciting baseball. And Bryce Elder, back on the hill last night, wasn't great, but guess what? He still got he still leads the National League with an ERA right now.
Yeah.
They've got the best player in baseball currently, or the MVP, maybe not the best player in baseball, but the MVP in the National League in Acuna.
Yeah, I mean, outside of Shohei, I mean, he's got to be the second best.
Maybe he's the second best player in the game right now. I don't know. Maybe Mookie Betts. I
think if you've got 30 GMs drafting, they're going to take Ohtani because
he plays 2 positions.
Yeah, and I mean, again, he was dominant last night. But outside of him, I don't know about you guys, but number 2, I would take Acuna.
It's probably Acuna, and he's probably going to be the National League MVP, as Buster said yesterday. So, I mean, that is when you, I think, look at a world champion type team, that you got to have a guy like that in most cases. It's not every case, but in most cases, you got to have that guy, and they got it.
But they're good defensively.
That's right.
And they've
mashed the ball.
They've got the other supporting stars. I mean, Olsen's as good of a hitter, fielding, first baseman. where you don't miss really Hall of Famer Freddie Freeman.
That's right.
Over there, like
as a lot of people told us you would.
Murphy at catcher. Both of those come from the A's. Great cheap pickups for them right there.
Austin Riley's a stud.
Austin Riley is mashing the baseball, hits them a mile. The outfield is solid. You got some people that you can put in there. The pitching staff is, you got some position players you can rotate around a little bit, some pinch hitters. They have everything it takes to win the World Championship. I don't know who their biggest challenger is in the National League. Who is it to you?
I think when the Dodgers do get healthy, once that rotation comes back, I think the Dodgers could give them a run because the Dodgers do have a what can be a potent lineup. And again, they've got the arms once some of those guys come back. But right now, the way Strider and Elder are pitching, I guess the Achilles heel for the Braves still the bullpen, a little bit shaky at times. And just because you have the most dominant team, I mean, we see this almost every year in baseball. It doesn't equate to a championship.
It does not, but we do this game often. You ask the biggest challenger. Let's play the Do You Trust game, okay?
Yeah.
Let's just start in their division. They're 6.5 back. Do you trust Miami?
No. I do not.
Okay. I mean, everybody else is double digits back, so I'm not really going to worry about that right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about that division.
So you go to the Central. Do you trust Cincinnati?
Nobody in that division.
No, but I'll tell you, Cincinnati was toe-to-toe with them this past week.
They were. I mean, they play well. Cincinnati's got a great young player, it appears.
Yeah.
Great young player. But, that guy only bats 4, maybe 5 times a game.
They'll be nowhere to be found when we get to October.
You don't even think they'll make the playoffs?
No.
Cincinnati?
No.
So you don't trust anybody else. Do you trust Milwaukee at all, Lance? Or Chicago?
Milwaukee will make the playoffs out of that division.
Because somebody has to?
But they will not be around long in the playoffs.
Do you trust Arizona?
No, even though they do have the Rookie of the Year according to Buster.
Yeah. Do you trust San Francisco?
No.
Do you trust L.A.?
I don't. I don't think
you don't trust L.A.?
I don't think I think their window is closing until they get Ohtani next year.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, their window's not going to close. I mean, they've got still one of the best farm systems out there. Again, it's all been starting pitching, and they just can't catch a break right now.
I mean, so there's nobody Dunaway that you trust in the National League other than Atlanta.
And really, when I flip it over to the American League, there is nobody that compares to this Braves team. Tampa, I don't even trust the team. I had Baltimore making the playoffs and not Tampa in our preseason projection.
That's not over yet, by the way.
And it's not. It's just a 4-game lead now. The Yankees, if they get healthy, you have a guy like, Garrett Cole maybe. The Astros, even though they're third place right now, the Rangers are well coached. But if you tell me right now it's Braves or anyone else, I feel really good that I have, in a stake bet already, I've got the National League East against everybody else. The Braves are the best team in baseball.
Yeah, but I would double down on that. Just because I've seen the Braves' luck in the past. Again, this is the best team in baseball. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Rockstar, can I hear from Scott real quick? Forrester, I'm not going to ask you how embarrassed you are by your team. How embarrassed are you by that entire division?
Oh, it's awful. The fact that they're as far back as they are in worst division in baseball.
You're 6 back in that division. We're halfway home. You're at 81 games in that division, and nobody's got a winning record.
Well, and the sad thing is, it wouldn't shock me if they somehow won the division because the division is that bad.
Yeah. My bookie, and then we'll get into what Ohtani did last night as well. If you want to bet a little baseball today, my bookie can get you into the game.
MyBookie.ag, code next round is where you go. MyBookie.ag, code next round. As Dunaway mentioned, Major League Baseball on deck, your football futures right there. You can play it all at MyBookie.ag. British Open coming up. If you want to play that, you can play that. MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code next round at sign up to get that bonus up to $1,000. You heard me right. You get a sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag. It is yours. You bet it right away. It's yours if you win forever. You bet, you win, they pay. That's how it works at MyBookie.ag. You bet, you win, they pay at MyBookie.ag. Still some futures in there for football and even baseball. All the major league games, everything is right there in one spot at MyBookie.ag. Code next round at sign-on is how you qualify for that bonus up to $1,000 when you go to MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag. BetOnline.ag, code next round.
Turner says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, I know I'm late to the music discussion, but my great uncle was Joe Rumor, Birmingham radio legend back in the day. He made some stars in his day as well. I think he actually, didn't we have Joe Rumor's Night of Stars, the Rickwood Field concert we talked about?
Yeah, and remember Sky Castle?
That's right,
The Majalia brothers, they had that venue for a while, and it was based off of where Rumor used to broadcast from.
Right. So that's awesome, Turner. Thank you for jumping in. Awesome last night, too, was Shohei Ohtani, who pitched 6 1/3, gave up only 1 run, had 10 strikeouts, had 3 hits in 3 at-bats, 2 home runs, and his team wins the game last night over the White Sox. 10 strikeouts, 2 home runs in the same game. He is hitting .304. He leads the American League in home runs and RBIs. He is 7-3 with a .302 ERA and 3rd in the league in strikeouts right now. An amazing person to watch play baseball. And the players poll that we did last week from The Athletic, where they polled Major League Baseball players themselves, 69% of them believe he'll be an LA Dodger next year. But the players themselves say, oh, he'll be a Dodger next year.
We can only hope as Dodger fans, but it's amazing that we aren't even halfway home, and barring injury, you can call the AL and NL MVP. I don't think there's any doubt.
You think it's Ohtani and Acuna?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this will be Ohtani back-to-back. Acuna, he's been in the mix, for years now. But the way he's playing, I mean, I think you can lock these things up. I haven't seen odds. Maybe you can pull them or Lunsford can. MVP odds right now, but I would say these things are close to even money.
Yeah, it does seem like a slam dunk on both of those MVP races there. But it's a shame that the Angels are 44-37 with Mike Trout and Ohtani in that lineup, that they cannot still produce wins on the regular. Brown, go ahead.
Ohtani is minus 847. Is that big?
Yes.
That's insane. I mean, that's Mayweather against a bum boxing back in the day.
Yeah, we're at the halfway mark. He's minus 847. I mean, Acuna's pretty big at minus 207, but nothing compared to Ohtani.
Yeah. So that's the best show in baseball right now. By the way, he becomes a free agent. He's projected, according to those that cover Major League Baseball in their little formula when you throw it into the computer, if he was just a position player and hitter, he's a $202 million player. If he was just a pitcher, he's a $320 million player. So he becomes a free agent at the end of the year, and the question is he going to become baseball's first $500 million player, $500 million player?
I think Buster said that before. And look, I mean, how many franchises can actually afford that?
And that's the question I asked Buster, because he's part of your starting rotation, and he's a fielder when he's not in your starting rotation. So how do you not take 2 players' salaries and combine them and pay him, and then backfill your roster with a minimum wage guy, basically, or a low-tier player for that other roster spot? I mean, to me, this is so easy for the Dodgers. I know I'm not I don't have to write the check, and I'm not a major league GM, but it makes sense, right?
Oh, yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
I mean, you just pay him what you would pay 2 players, and he takes up 2 roster spots. It seems pretty easy to me.
But that's why Josh Turner's in Boston, right? It's where he is. It's why
Justin Turner.
Turner's in Boston.
To make room.
It's why Bellinger's in Chicago.
Seager's in Texas.
Seager's in Texas. They've been planning for the Ohtani move, which will be just a massive gate for the Dodgers as well. And when we are going to the local broadcast rights that are up in the air right now, only a handful of Major League Baseball teams will likely control their own local broadcast in the future. Having Ohtani in a Dodger uniform will let them secure a price tag, sort of like the Yankees have in New York.
Yeah, but, the Dodgers, and I see somewhere in the there it is, Landmine Believer, Dodgers cleared the books to go after Ohtani. Their lineup isn't near as strong this year. No, but, I mean, you've still got Betts, you've got Freeman, you've got Will Smith, Max Muncy just came off the DL, James Outman's playing incredible as a rookie out there. J.D. Martinez is revived, one of the best hitters in the game 6-7 years ago. He's playing great baseball right now. So that's still a potent lineup.
Yeah, a really good lineup for the Dodgers. But you have to agree, it's not as strong as it was in their championship
I mean,
year.
it was almost laughable. But again, the Dodgers only won one World Series.
Yeah.
They've won one since 1988. These things are tough to come by. Braves fans know that.
That's right. The Braves still without a couple of their ace first-string pitchers as well, which is why we keep saying their best is yet to come. All right, that's baseball. We'll get into some of the off-the-sports world news coming up, including something that has Lunsford, or should have Lunsford excited on the auction scale. Seems like there's more auctions going on now. Or is that just in the algorithms that I get right now? New York Butcher Shop, by the way, don't go to a place you got to auction off and stand in line to get your meat. Is that how they do it in Russia? Have to stand in line? I got a month-old steak right here. How much will you give me for this month-old steak? They don't have to do that in New York.
It's aged.
Yeah, aged steak. We've got the best beef in America, in the world, right here with New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, and remember, $42.99. That is what you can pay right now for a Boston butt. Fully cooked, hickory smoked, reservations only. 2 locations, Greystone and the original in Cahaba Heights. Again, available for pickup the 30th, July 1st, 3rd, or 4th. You can get this Boston butt. It's also the place to get handmade patties, prime fillets, ribeye strips, brisket, all beef kosher hot dogs, as well as brats and sausages, all made in house, all the dips and sides to make for a great party. Again, get in, see Jim, all the guys, and don't forget about the $42.99 fully cooked, hickory smoked Boston butt sale, reservations only. 2 locations, Cahaba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service.
Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
next round rolls on. Lunsford is going to join the conversation here as we get away from sports and for just a second. Really interesting, though, Brown, before we get off the sports world, the PGA Tour, some of the, as they get ready for their visit to D.C., some of the details are coming out about their deal. $2 to $4 billion. They don't have the exact amount of money the Saudis are pumping in to buy their way into the PGA Tour, but according to the papers that have been released or found, the PGA Tour will control the LIV, and the defectors will be able to return to the PGA Tour in 2024, but could face fines, suspensions, or both. How does that play if you're Dustin Johnson or Brooks Koepka? Would you even want to come back? Do you need to come back? Why would you want to come back to the PGA Tour and face fines or suspensions?
Well, I mean, if I get to keep the big chunk of money that the LIV pay me, which I assume they will, and the fine is relatively small in comparison to what I got paid to go over there for me to get back on the Premier Tour, yeah.
Well, and look, these guys want to win majors.
Yeah.
And I would assume LIV probably would pay these fines for them.
Well, technically, they already have, I guess.
In a way they have. They prepaid. So, yeah, I mean, I think you want to be – I think those guys took the money. They all said it was about, spending more time with their – not all of them, most of them. Everybody, Harold Varner basically said, it's the money, man. And I respected him for that, by the way. But most of those guys said it's about spending time with my family and my easier schedule, blah, 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 when it was truly just a money grab by them. And that's fine, but just say it.
But, I mean, I picture Brooks Koepka and Dustin Johnson. They don't like to play all disc golf. Like, they only want to play a small number of events compared to other golfers.
But the interesting thing was most of them were playing close to the same amount of events. That was just all window dressing because they didn't want to say they were taking money, but they were taking money.
It'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. All right, Lunsford is standing by right after LT tells us about the folks with BetterHelp to jump in on a couple of these topics off the sports beaten path today.
This show is brought to you by BetterHelp. Look, mental health it should be a priority. I talked about my fraternity brother earlier in the show. I mean, this is a real deal. It's so easy to get caught up in what everyone else needs from you. You never take a moment to think about what you need from yourself. But when we spend all of our time giving, it can take us and leave us feeling a little stretched thin and burned out. Therapy can give you the tools to find more balance in your life so you can keep supporting others without leaving yourself behind. I had a guy reach out to me. He works all of the time. He spends all his time, focusing on providing for his family, and he's completely stressed out. He was in a dark place. It's where you don't want to be. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at BetterHelp. If you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, get matched with a licensed therapist. You can switch therapists, too, at any time for no additional charge. Always important to have that really good rapport. Find more balance with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/nextround today. Get 10% off your first month. Again, very important. If you need to talk to somebody, I've done it in the past, call or get online, visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/nextround and get that 10% off your first month.
Okay, between Lance, Rockstar, and Lunsford, I think we have a good trilogy of entertainment knowledge on the platform here. So I bring Lunsford in first. Yesterday, were you doing a contest, some kind of giveaway? I got lost at the end of the show.
I was fighting with people.
You were fighting about Star Wars?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was like first one to reply was going to win some Star Wars something from you.
I was ready to die on a hill, and I still am, but we've moved on from that.
So Star Wars theme here. What would you pay for Princess Leia's dress? It goes up for auction tonight at 7 p.m.
Personally, I'd pay about $50 for it.
No, but what do you think the value of that is?
Which one is it? Is it from the original?
The original
trilogy, like the white dress she wore.
Is it the one where she's sitting in Jabba the Hutt's lap and she's wearing a
no,
dress?
That was a bikini.
Oh,
that's right. So it's not the bikini.
That was Leia in her prime.
Yeah,
it is kind of a little bit of a dress, I guess. I'm gonna guess $100,000.
No, this thing's gonna go for close to $1 million. I mean, that's one of the more iconic wardrobes in all of cinema history.
They're expecting it to go starting bid to be at $2 million tonight.
$2 million for Princess Leia's dress.
I don't think John Gage would have paid $2 million for a night with Carrie Fisher
Is
in her prime.
Is that an indecent proposal?
Yeah. Robert Redford would have put her on that boat. He would have given her $1 million.
That's what I'm saying. I almost need her in the dress in her prime at $2 million there for that one. But the thing I wanted to get to, because I like the amazing, Marvelous Miss Maisel, I think is the name of the show. We watched it with Maggie.
Damn, I think you got that right.
Marvelous Miss Maisel?
Yeah.
Yeah, finally. I always go amazing, and it's not that. Rachel Brosnahan. Yeah, she was Maisel in that. She has been cast in a DC Studios remake of Superman.
Don't do it.
Marvelous Mrs. Superman now.
Yeah. So
Don't do it.
She's going to be Lois Lane, and I think this guy's British. David Cornsweet is going to be Superman. How many Supermans can we make, dude?
Okay, so go through them. Let's start with Christopher Reeves, right?
There's 4 of those. Then there was Superman Returns, which got bombed, and then there was
but I mean, who were the Supermans?
I don't know who played Superman in that.
I know Tom Welling was the guy in the show, right?
But these are just movies, and then Henry Cavill did the Man of Steel. So there haven't been that many.
Henry Cavill's been it since Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Justice League, and then he appeared at the end of Black Adam, and they had supposedly signed a new contract with him. There's a whole long story that I can go on for hours about where they are right now with DC, but basically they tried to be like Marvel when Disney bought Marvel and it exploded and everything. Then it ended up being a disaster, and so The Flash that just came out a couple weeks ago basically ended this universe, and then now they're moving on with a new one. That they still have a couple movies left in this one, but they're going to kind of try to tie it in. But James Gunn, who did all the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and then he did the new Suicide Squad movie that actually people liked, they brought him in. They're starting a whole new thing, and he's going to start with a younger Superman. I guess they thought Henry Cavill's getting too old.
The old rebrand.
Yeah, so basically that's what they're doing. They're going to start with a new Superman and start bringing in new superheroes and do a whole new thing that's also going to be a disaster probably.
Is Superman the most of all the superheroes?
Batman.
You think it's been Batman, the most movies and TV shows?
And Superman's got to be second, though.
And Spider-Man's right there, too.
Yeah, Spider-Man's close.
Those are your Mount Rushmore, those 3, and I don't know who you'd put for a 4th.
That's a good question.
Blue Beetle.
Let's make that our poll question, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. If you've got Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man on the Mount Rushmore of superheroes, who is the 4th one?
See, I think people...
Iron Man, I think, is the easy answer for
for this
naming
generation.
superheroes. But if you're talking about having a long longevity of their own movies, then that may be a different story.
Yeah, well, I don't even think Iron Man wouldn't have been in the conversation without the Robert Downey Jr. films.
No, you're right, but he was the main character of those movies, him and Captain America, I guess.
What's his superpower?
Being rich, just like Batman.
Yeah.
What's that good for you?
But
we get you a nice suit that can do a lot of different things. I think Hulk would have been one of the guys.
Okay, so Iron Man, Hulk,
Captain America.
But
all 3 of those really are because of Disney in the last 15 years.
As a kid, I loved Aquaman.
Yeah, that would probably fall in the other category.
Green Lantern.
Other category.
Wonder Woman is kind of close.
Other category.
Robin. Can't have
what was
Batman without Robin.
What was the amazing Comanche, the Indian that would really grow?
Yeah.
Does Thor knock Hulk off or no?
I mean, Thor, once again, outside of Disney. I mean, strictly from a comic book standpoint, they've been around forever and they're big names. But from a movie standpoint and a mainstream standpoint, they really didn't come on until Disney came on.
Yeah, Troy's probably right. It's probably Wonder Woman.
Because Wonder Woman, you had an old Wonder Woman.
I think he's right.
You have to have an old version and a new version. And really, most of the Marvel ones, you've only had new versions.
Okay,
Linda Carter version, right?
So here's the poll question.
I like the Gal Gadot a lot better.
If the Mount Rushmore of superheroes are, if we say that Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man are already on there, who is the 4th? Your choices are Wonder Woman, Iron Man.
The Wolverine's close too.
There was a 3rd one you said too. That was a good one. Oh,
Spider-Man.
Captain America.
Oh yeah, Captain America.
Captain America, Iron Man, Wonder Woman, and then other would be your 4 choices. You can go vote at nextroundlive.com. That's a great question. Who fills out the super?
Yeah, because first 3 really are easy.
It's automatic. At that
and
point.
I don't know if did you guys ever watch the Wonder Woman show with Linda Carter?
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, yeah,
when I was a kid.
Absolutely.
Did that spin.
I thought she was smoked back in the day.
She had an invisible jet, man. It's awesome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and with a horrible the effects they had in television
You
of the
really thought that?
70s.
With Lasso of Truth?
You think whoever dated her was like, bring the lasso home.
Bring the props home. All right. When we come back, we will jump into a college football topic that's out there involving the name, image, and likeness. It's a splintering of even the SEC, according to Ross Dellinger. A new twist on that story from yesterday, and a lot more as we move on. Rockstar, any progress on the special guest, Ashford? Is there a chance today?
I think we're ready.
Okay, so that's
interesting.
11 o'clock.
Hey. 11 o'clock is when we're doing
11 o'clock,
I'm
yeah.
excited.
Yeah.
We've also got the matchups for ACC-SEC Basketball Challenge. They've just announced the matchups.
Well, we put that on hold. What I was going to say about the NIL, when we come back, the ACC-SEC matchups, a much better challenge. We get that when we come back right here on the next round. Being brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Storm Restoration Roofing. Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson. And Greg from Pell City, as we know him as well. If you're a friend of him, you can find him on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. He'll do that free no-cost roof inspection. Free no-cost roof inspection with Greg from Pell City, one of the most respected roofing contractors in America. Locally owned for over 20 years, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. You cannot beat our man Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. Again, a free no-cost roof inspection. Bent shingle, loose shingle can cause some major problems for your home. Get Greg up on your roof and get it inspected today, free with no obligation. 205-542-3531 or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It is Storm Restoration Roofing.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
To that ACC-SEC challenge matchups here in just a second. Woodhouse Day Spa gets you into the this hour of the show. Woodhouse Day Spa, not just for Mother's Day or Valentine's Day, year-round. It's a great gift to give, LT.
Treat that special someone to the gift of luxury.
Hold on a second. Get a swallow in there. That's on me, man. Woodhouse Day Spa. That's great gifts, man. They can do pedicures and pampering of, a whole bunch of stuff, including the great massages.
No, it is a great place. Treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa. It's Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280, and choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online. Stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell Casey and Stuart and that great staff the next round sent you.
All right, so the ACC-SEC Basketball Challenge is starting this year, and we all agree it's a much better feel when it comes to a matchup for the SEC in basketball, sort of a great complement to where SEC basketball is now. And the matchups, I like them a lot better than you get in the Big 12 SEC matchup because everybody gets an opponent, first off, and you don't have people awkwardly having to sit out the challenge.
Yeah, the interesting thing, too, this is played in November. It'll be Tuesday, November 28th, Wednesday, November 29th, whereas the Big 12 Challenge was in January once you'd already started conference play. I don't know if you like that better or worse.
Did not like that at all.
You didn't like that in the Big 12, so you like this better.
Yeah, I do.
So we'll start with Alabama and Auburn. Their matchups don't do a ton for me, to be honest with you. Tuesday, November 28th, Alabama plays Clemson at 8:30.
Clemson's in Tuscaloosa against Alabama.
Wednesday, November 29th, Virginia Tech plays Auburn at 8:15. Clemson and Virginia Tech.
Terrible matchups.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of blah.
Yeah, I mean, where is Duke? Where's North Carolina?
Duke is Arkansas.
Where's Virginia? Miami. I mean, the best.
Yeah, Duke, Arkansas. Duke, Arkansas.
So we'll just run through them all for you here. LSU and Syracuse on the Tuesday night of games. Missouri and Pitt could be an entertaining basketball game on the road at Pitt there. Mississippi State's at Georgia Tech. Notre Dame and South Carolina. I don't know why Notre Dame is, I guess it's sort of like programs right now, both not in a good place.
Last
Miami and Kentucky would be your marquee game on that night. And you can even see by the TV times that likely is ESPN, and so too is Clemson and Alabama. 6:30 and 8:30 tips. These are Eastern times. NC State, Ole Miss, Clemson, Alabama on the first night. Next night, marquee matchup.
Good matchup here.
Tennessee and North Carolina.
Yeah, that's a good matchup.
Yeah. Of all of them.
Well, I'm interested to see how North Carolina bounces back. It's not like Hubert Davis in year one had a great regular season. But again, they make that run. They play for the national championship, and they really fell back to the pack last year.
Texas A&M, who's going to be good again, and Virginia. Florida and Wake Forest. Duke and Arkansas. Virginia Tech's Auburn. Georgia and Florida State. And Boston College and Vanderbilt. So the Wednesday night matchups of Tennessee and North Carolina and Duke at Arkansas, that's sort of the marquee television window there for the Wednesday night.
Just so quickly you'll know where this falls on the calendar. This is the the Tuesday and Wednesday between Rivalry Saturday and Championship Saturday. So the Iron Bowl will have been Saturday, and the SEC Championship game will be the next Saturday, and this will be the basketball between that.
Yeah, this is after the Thanksgiving weekend.
That's right.
Before you get to the trip to Atlanta there.
So likely Duke, coming back from the Maui Invitational, has to turn around and go to Fayetteville, Arkansas. Give me Arkansas laying the points, Dunaway. It's a bad travel for Duke.
I mean, Miami's a good team, LT, right?
Miami's a perennial top 15 team now.
Against Kentucky, that's a good matchup. Alabama's going to be a top 25-ish team with Clemson in town. Where's Clemson these days?
Well, Clemson was a tournament team last year. They won 23 games.
Yeah, so
I mean, they're decent.
So that's why you're doing that. Tennessee and North Carolina, that's a marquee matchup. Texas A&M and Virginia, I think that is two tournament teams there. Duke and Arkansas is two tournament teams. Where's Virginia Tech right now? Because Auburn was a tournament team last year.
Virginia Tech, average team last year. They were, I got it right here. Virginia Tech, well, not really. They were 19 and 15.
Yeah. Are they
Probably
still
right on the bubble.
Yeah, still perennially on the bubble. So some good matchups. Overall, better than the Big 12 SEC challenge.
Yeah,
I don't know. I like the Big 12.
Yeah, the one thing that bugged me about the Big 12 SEC is I felt like, and I can't back this up, but it felt like we got Kansas, Kentucky every year.
And it would not surprise me, Brown, if you and hats off to them that it's not Kentucky and either Duke or North Carolina.
Right. That's what I was about to say. We didn't get Carolina or Duke versus Kentucky year one to show that maybe they're going to spread the big names around a little bit.
Maybe. It'll be interesting to see if Duke ends up in a place like Tuscaloosa or Auburn or Starkville, tournament teams.
Yeah, or North Carolina. Or, even I think Alabama and Auburn fans would love to go to Cameron Indoor or the Dean Dome. I don't think they mind those being road games just to see them on the schedule.
Yeah. So there's the ACC-SEC Men's Basketball Challenge. Coming up for this year, starts this year. Now, when we add Texas and Oklahoma, though.
Yep. It's going to be an imbalance unless the ACC grows.
Or is there some ACC teams that aren't playing?
Yeah, BC's not on there, right?
Yeah, BC and Vandy down at the
BC
bottom.
and Vandy.
So right now it's 14 on 14, right?
Yeah.
Guess who's not there? I don't see Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville's not on there. See, so they've got 16. So we're going to match.
Right, yeah.
We're going to match them up starting next year.
Yeah, Louisville and Florida State, right?
Florida State and Georgia.
Okay.
Keep picking.
Which one's not there, everybody? Actually, it is just one that's not there because Notre Dame makes it an odd number of conference teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So it's 15. Louisville's the only one. Good pick on Louisville not being there, though.
And boy,
they were awful last year,
4
too.
and 28.
Yeah.
Yeah. So something we'll have to give. One SEC team will be out of the mix.
Would you take the SEC to win that challenge?
Let me see it again, Forrester.
I think I would. I lean SEC right now.
LSU at Syracuse.
It'd be close to a pick.
Carrier Dome, I would take Syracuse.
New Syracuse coach, Jim.
Missouri at Pitt.
Close to a pick.
It is close to a pick, but I would take probably Pitt at home in that one. Mississippi State, Georgia Tech, I'll take State.
Yeah.
Notre Dame and South Carolina. New
coach Notre Dame. Yep.
I'm going to take South Carolina at home on that one. Miami and Kentucky, I'll take Kentucky. NC State and Ole Miss, I'll take Ole Miss. Clemson and Alabama. Tennessee and North Carolina, I'll go North Carolina. A&M, Virginia, I'm going to take A&M. So Florida, Wake Forest, I'm going to take Florida, tournament team. Duke and Arkansas, I'm going to take Arkansas. Virginia Tech, Auburn, I'm going to take Auburn. I'd say the SEC is going to win it.
It looks like it on paper.
Georgia, Florida State, I'm going to take Florida State barely.
A lot of people, though, I know it's a road game for Georgia. They're saying look out for Mike White in Georgia. He's building a good roster over there.
Yeah, I think Florida is a tournament team, and Georgia will be close to a tournament team this year.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Florida State because Leonard Hamilton had that program pretty much dialed in. They were always one of those dark horses that people like to sneak into the Final Four. Never got there, but they were 9 and 23 last year.
Keep it up, Forrester. Now pretend those are football matchups.
LSU destroys Syracuse.
Notre Dame and South Carolina. That would be a good bowl game.
We saw that in a bowl game.
Yeah. Miami and Kentucky would be fun. Clemson and Alabama, we've seen that to be a classic. Tennessee, North Carolina would be a great game this year.
Game.
Joe Milton versus Drake May.
Ton of points. Boy, A&M Virginia. Yeesh.
Yeah, Virginia Tech, Auburn kick their ass. Georgia, Florida State would be a fun game.
Yeah,
there'd be.
It's a fun football schedule. You're right.
It's not a bad football challenge.
Duke, Arkansas.
I know it's not a terrible game. You're right.
In all seriousness, before you tell us about Hemphill, what keeps us from leaving one open week in our schedules in football from having things?
Yeah,
like
but
that?
which conference would you want to do it with?
Big Ten.
I think the Big Ten.
Sure. You're about to have, I would imagine we're always going to be the same number as them, right? The SEC, we're both about to be 16. If they go to 20, I feel like the SEC will fire their shot and go to 20. Or if the SEC goes to 18, I feel like the Big Ten will fire their shot and go to the 18.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any doubt the SEC is the better conference. But Big Ten people will die on the hill saying that their conference is right there with the SEC. And I think it'd be fun bragging rights year in, year out.
But I think ESPN builds these matchups, right? So ESPN builds these, and nobody bats an eye. Like, okay, it's one regular season game. This, even if we lose it, if I'm Miami and I go to Kentucky and lose it, it's
good for us. Helped our strength.
It's helped my strength of schedule. Boy, in football, it's a different story, though.
It is
less important now than it used to be with a 12-team playoff. But if you're Arkansas and you get sent to Ohio State, you're like, holy crap, man! Already had Notre Dame out of conference. Now got to go to Ohio State.
How would you pair these up?
It would take a detente of Fox and ESPN getting together and split this up, which is why it would never happen.
No, you're right. The TV rights hurt it.
Yeah, but if you did that, you would divide up, on an annual basis, half the games on Fox, half on ESPN, ABC, and you would say, all right, obviously the Big Ten broadcast rights for the home games of the Big Ten, ESPN for the SEC home games, and you would divide it up that way.
Here's what I'd be willing to do.
But it'd be really fun to drop that schedule release every year, leaving that open date. You don't know who that other wild card game is, and try to do the best matchups made for TV.
Here's my idea, all right? We're idea people. Here's my idea. Fox and ESPN bid on the first pick. The winning bid goes to some sort of agreed-upon charity, children's hospitals, whatever. Whoever gets the first pick, they get to match it up, and they get the home game, right?
Yeah.
So if Fox gets the first pick, the Big Ten, and Fox can say, we want Ohio State, Alabama.
No, or they'd say, right now they'd probably say Georgia at Ohio
Georgia,
State.
Ohio State.
It
And
was
then
a classic last year.
And then ESPN gets the next pick. Okay, we got Alabama, Michigan, and Tuscaloosa, and then it's Fox's pick. How much fun would that be to watch?
And then we've got USC and LSU.
Oh, I forgot about USC.
Yeah. And then you get to maybe the Iowa Auburn matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be fun to watch that go down.
Yeah. It got a little boring there really quick, but
look, there's only three.
Why Auburn's got to play
skipped over Penn State having to go to Texas. I mean, that's a little bit more interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm just saying there's only three elite teams right now in the SEC.
I mean, last year's Auburn offense, please don't punish them by having to watch Iowa's offense as Hugh builds that program out a little bit.
Oklahoma at Wisconsin.
Yeah, a little bit better. I like that jump around a little bit. Tell us about our friends at Hemphill, and we'll continue a conversation here. Coming up, Dean Blevins on the other side. We're about to, I tell you what, put Hemphill on hold. Let's go ahead and unveil our team today.
Here we go.
Urology Centers of Alabama and our 40 and 40 countdown. UCA brings us our countdown every day as we go to number 23 today. Tell us about UCA, and we'll do the big unveil.
Yeah, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. That men's health center, it is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
All right, so do it, Forrester. Pop it up. Number 23 today. It is so weird seeing that logo so low in our ratings. Even though there's a big jump from 190 to 255 in points, Oklahoma is at number 23. Is it odd for you guys to see that logo that low in our top 25?
I mean, under Lincoln Riley, when you would do one of these, you would start with, an Alabama, a Clemson, Ohio State, and you got to Oklahoma very quickly. And if you didn't have them in your top 5, you're like, boy, what am I doing here? I mean, they're going to be in the playoffs. To see what happened year one under Brent Venables was shocking to me. I didn't know what he would be as a head coach. I didn't think it would be that.
Well, I mean, 6 and 7. And Dylan Gabriel had a pretty good year. I mean, he was the Big 12 newcomer, threw for over 3,000 yards, had 25 touchdowns. But the offense took, obviously, steps back. They were 5th in the conference, averaging almost 33 points per game. But everybody thought with Venables coming in, this defense is going to get much better.
They didn't.
They gave up 30 points per game. They were 99th in scoring defense. They were 122nd in total defense. But when I start to look at the schedule this year, I think they start 5-0. And then it gets a little trickier.
Yeah, that takes you to the Texas game. That takes you to the Red River if they're 5-0.
They're going to be favored in 10 or 11 games, though. Whether or not that equates to 10 or 11 wins, we shall see, because I think there are tough road games at Oak State, at BYU, obviously the Red River Shootout. I think it's a 9-win team.
Okay, so put a pin in it for a second. I want to hear from Brent Venables, but I want to pull up last year's schedule because you watch Oklahoma early on, and their defense are letting receivers run wide open. They seem to be confused. I want you to tell me after we hear from Venables if they got better at the end of the year defensively or not. Here's Brent Venables after their spring game at number 23 today, telling us how they feel going into the offseason and into a new year.
We fell, incredibly short of, our standards and expectations. But this is a group, I think if they showed something last year through, a really tough, challenging year, through a lot strain and failure and experience that where a lot of these guys had never had that experience before, but they kept swinging. And again, there's no excuses for that's going to justify, having the kind of season that we did. Internally we feel like, we know where we came up short in a lot of different places. I don't think our guys have not stopped believing in, what, we're, asking them to do and what the vision is and, again, what it takes to be successful and for us to, again, flip that script.
So no excuses, he says, about last year moving forward. Did they get better as the year went on?
Yeah, I thought they did. I mean, you look at their losses, and by the way, 3 of their losses are teams they avoid this year in Kansas State, Baylor, and Texas Tech. But going back to the Kansas State game, they lose that one by 7. The only team
give me the point total because I think that's important.
Kansas State 41-34. That's where it turned because, real quick, Lance, if you keep in mind, they went to Nebraska, and it was the Fox Big Noon kickoff, and a lot of people were like, oh, we got Oklahoma. I'm going to do my Gus Johnson. Oh, Oklahoma, Nebraska back together, and everybody was making a big deal about that, and they punked Nebraska for the world to see on national TV. Gabriel was good. I'm pulling up the box score here because it seems like they ran for a ton of yards.
Because Nebraska had beat them the year before, right? In the
No.
renewal game?
I think, remember Oklahoma had that late interception that put them in a weird spot, but they still won the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Oklahoma ran for I was pulling it up 312 yards in that game, and you're like, all right, same old Oklahoma
I
here. They're
remember
3-0
going into the Kansas State game, people were like, Venables has got what deems it looks like right now, at least at 3-0. This could be one of the better teams in college football. Then they lose that tight game to Kansas State, and then the defense fell apart. They give up 55 to TCU in a loss. They lose 49-0 to Texas, a worst loss ever to Texas. But then they started to get better. They beat Kansas. They go to Iowa State, win by double digits. They lose to Baylor by 3. At West Virginia, they lose by 3. They beat Oak State. They lose in overtime by 3 to Texas Tech. And then they lose against Florida State in the bowl by 3. I mean, there was a lot of 3-point losses there at the end.
What was the point total in that Florida State game? Because my point is
35-32.
And that's still a lot of points for Brent Venables.
Oh,
defense.
yeah. Defense got to get better.
Yeah. So I was going to say early on in the year where the point total is different, did that defense start to sort of figure things out late? And it really didn't.
No, but the most stunning one was TCU. That game, I want you to hear what I'm about to say because this is remarkable. That game at the end of the first quarter was 27-10 TCU at the end of the first quarter, and that was 4 TCU offensive touchdowns. That's not even a scoop and score, pick six. That's 4 offensive touchdowns by TCU in 1 quarter of play. They could not stop TCU, could not stop them. To quote Nick Saban, couldn't stop them. Like, you know what, through a tin horn, man, they could not stop them. And you watch that Brent Venables defense, they look lost against Kansas State. They look like a 1A high school team trying to play TCU. They were awful.
Tripp says Oklahoma's win total of 9.5 baffles me. The Sooners winning 10 games this year. You said it's in play.
I'm telling you, Tripp, when you avoid Kansas State, Texas Tech is going to be improved. I don't know where Baylor's going to be, but you avoid all 3 of those that were losses last year. You start to look at how tight these games were. Oklahoma's going to be better this year. Dylan Gabriel's a really good quarterback. The defense can't be worse.
We'll talk to Dean Blevins about that when we come back on the other side. That's our 40 and 40 team today, brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama.
Hey, we're running out of runway here, but June is Men's Health Month. Men's Health Month serves as a reminder that prioritizing our well-being is not just a luxury, but a necessity. It's time to focus on the specific health concerns that impact men. Again, patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for nonstop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, we're back with you on the next round. Before Dean Blevins joins us, tell us about our friends at Hemp Hill Services, the people that will get you ready for triple-digit heat Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
I've just got this bad feeling my AC unit's about to go out downstairs.
Man, you don't want that this time of year.
Yeah, look,
got that feeling.
I've got that feeling. You know. Look, it's the original unit. It's been with the house since 2007, and I've just got a feeling. The upstairs went out 2 years ago, Hemp Hill, the guys I called. But remember, our friends at Hemp Hill, they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
All right, more than 60 voters selected from our audience. Those of you that applied, more than 60 of you got to vote. You picked Oklahoma, number 23. Dean Blevins played quarterback there. He's been in sports radio there. KWTV there in Oklahoma City is where he is now, and he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Old friend Dean Blevins. What's going on, Dean? How are you?
Hey, things are good. Things are good. It has gotten really hot and muggy around here, and I'm sure it is down there as well. So just kind of a typical Oklahoma summer.
Absolutely. You know, we were just looking back at last year's season as we previewed this year's Oklahoma team. And boy, through that Nebraska game, it looked like, hey, Lincoln Riley's gone, Brent Venables is in. This program will not miss a beat. What happened, man? What happened after that?
Well, the first 3 games ended up being complete layups, including Nebraska. And we all know Nebraska is not the old Nebraska, although I think that Rule will make it really competitive really soon. They weren't last year, and so it was the sycophant fans and some of the media around here who just really laid it on thick, who had just fallen completely head over heels for Brent Venables and his very unique ability to communicate and persuade and motivate, thinking that was more important than the Johnnies and Joes out on the field, and it ended up not being, because they got into playing ball, and it wasn't the same team. And I think it was for a number of reasons. I think that Brent Venables' inexperience hurt his game management, and there was just too much time that he spends on focusing as defensive coordinator. He's not that titularly, but he is, in effect, that. He's an elite recruiter. First year he came in, he got a top 10 class, and he didn't show up till like Christmas and still managed the top 10 class. Then they signed a top 5 class the next year. But in all of that, there were no interior linemen, and there's restricted, inadequate NIL money. So, if you can't buy them these days or sell them at Oklahoma winning 6 or 7 straight national or conference championships and going into the playoffs regularly, you better win big. And as you mentioned, last year they go 6-7, the worst in a quarter century. So that's the hole that they have put themselves in, as they are just 1 year away from playing big boy football.
Dean, the offense was good. It wasn't Lincoln Riley great. They averaged almost 33 points per game. Dylan Gabriel will be back. That's good for the Sooners. But losing guys like Eric Gray and Marvin Mims, those are huge losses. Who replaces those guys?
Well, those are great questions. I think Dylan Gabriel will probably be a little bit better. The truth is, Dylan's a fabulous young guy. But he was playing against UCF competition and is probably a 5'10", 200-pound average college athlete. And that's probably being a little bit kind there. So he's not going to do the things that Caleb Williams and Kyler Murray and Baker Mayfield did. And so even with him coming back with more experience, there's limited upside there. Now, that we need to talk in a moment about the fantastic young quarterback that they brought in Arnold, who's going to be a true freshman, and he'll jump into your SEC next year and be the guy. But in terms of this year right now, you got a somewhat limited quarterback. You are very iffy at wide receiver, which has really been a strength here. Lincoln just lined up 5-star after 5-star. And in the backfield, Gray was a really good player. Not elite, but he was really good. They've got adequate. They've got some pretty good players back there. But as we speak, they're signing players now that they've signed 3-stars this week, and you don't roll into the SEC with 3-star players. And that's the big problem I have, is that they're in a hole right now trying to dig out. And Venables is, again, going to run the defense. So, that's not going to be a total answer there as to game management and those types of things. And while they've had a lot of good recruits coming in, they're now getting more and more guys that are ranked 350th nationally and 600th nationally. That's not going to happen. You can sign 2 or 3 of those guys maybe and hope that they overachieve. But when you start signing guys that you're beating Houston for, you need better than that.
Dean, I cannot tell you that is music to my ears, because Bobby, one of our viewers, and me, we started this about 10 days ago of keeping up with Oklahoma's recruits, because we love the program, but we're concerned about the recruiting, because in the SEC, you can finish 7th in the nation and be 5th in the league in recruiting. And so I wanted to see who Oklahoma was beating out, even for their 4-stars or 5-stars. And we've been sort of tracking that. So to hear you say that you're looking at the same thing from Norman, it sort of made me see that it's not my SEC bias. You're old enough to remember what Nebraska used to be. Is there any concern from anybody in the Oklahoma fan bases that, man, we're going to a new world like Lewis and Clark? What's on the other side of the river here in the SEC? We don't want to be the middle of the pack team. Is there any concern at all about this move to the SEC?
Well, I'm old enough to have had lunch with Lewis and Clark. So I do know quite a bit about this place. I mean, I've been very close to it, playing watching, reporting on it for 60 years. So I do know the landscape, and I can tell you that I'm not negative. I like to look at myself as objective about it. And no one wants Oklahoma to win more than I do. Hell, I was the quarterback down there. I do the coaches shows. I do all that. No one wants it more than I do. But I'm an objective reporter, and as you're saying there, I'm trying to give you a feel for the concern. And my concern about the SEC has been huge from day one. If it were some of Barry Switzer's or Bob Stoops' teams or even Lincoln Riley's and some of these star players and you're jumping into that league, yeah, then you can go down there and maybe recruit a little bit better defensively with being in the SEC, and you're going to be very, very competitive. But if you go 6 and 7 and are not signing the same types of classes these people are, and primarily if you're not getting anyone, no down linemen that Alabama and Georgia and LSU want, you're going to have an issue. And so that is a huge, huge concern. Now, can they turn it around? Yeah, they can. Not that first year jump into a league with 3 home games, the way they're lined up with Bama coming and all that, in my opinion. And this Jackson Arnold kid, guys, I don't know how much you know about him, but he's a kid out of Denton down here that is just a whiz-bang guy. I mean, he is elite. I mean, the concern I had for a while was that I didn't think Levy would be offered the job down there, but in the back of my mind, I'm going, let's see, Nick needs a quarterback, and he's going to sign Levy and take this megastar and take him down to Tuscaloosa. So there are players like him that are going to come, and who knows? You turn it around with the easy schedule they have this year. If they don't win 9 games, these guys need to be looked at real closely because it's a really light schedule. So they have some things going their way, but in playing devil's advocate, jumping into the league they're about to jump into, they're going to be an underdog in more games their first season than they were in, I don't know, 5 to 10 years at Oklahoma during the heyday.
Wow. And one other thing you said that I think catches everyone's ear nowadays is you brought up some concern about NIL money availability. I mean, you know what Georgia and Alabama and Auburn and even Ole Miss now and A&M and LSU can do. So tell us about that. Is there plans to sort of change that in the future?
Well, they're working on it. I mean, a buddy of mine, Toby Keith. I mean, there are people that are working on it, and but I know exactly where they stand right now, and I'll give you a couple of examples. Oklahoma had a couple of offensive linemen. They felt great about that. Just loved the program. Committed early, 5 and high 4-star offensive linemen that were committed, but they said their mamas wanted them to go down to Texas to talk to the Longhorns. They called from Austin, both of them, and said, God, they're crying, calling a friend of mine who coaches them, and says, we want to come to Oklahoma. Mama says we're going to take the $50,000 a year to play offensive line down here, and I'm sorry. And where are they? They're not at Oklahoma. Texas A&M took a couple of 3 players that were elite-looking players that had committed or were about to commit and paid them whatever they needed to pay them. And so when you have a combination of a new staff, unproven, coming off a losing record, and not getting the down linemen and the NIL issues, you can paint it very, 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 very negative. But at the same time, I'm not throwing any towel in because Oklahoma is Oklahoma. And with the right people, Oklahoma can come down there. It may take some time, guys, but Oklahoma can come down to the SEC and be the program that I think most of the Sankey and company expect and want. I just don't expect it overnight, guys.
Yeah, Dean, the last couple of years, this conference has been really unpredictable. Kansas State wins it last year. TCU plays for a national championship. Texas is going to be your favorite in Vegas coming into this. How confident are you could tell us who wins the Big 12 right now?
Well, let me say this. Texas is a 500 team in the Big 12 for the last decade. Now, I listen to Paul, and I listen to a lot of people talk about it. And I battle Texas all the time, and I have friends down there. and this is just calling it like it is. Texas is getting better right now because I think they got a pretty good coach, but they have tons of money, and they are making the adjustment to the SEC talent better than Oklahoma is right now. So I won't be surprised if they get in the league and Texas is a little bit better than Oklahoma to begin with. But Oklahoma has owned Texas. I mean, absolutely owned them. And I listen and I hear Texas is this and Texas is that. Just wait until Texas proves it to you before you guys start giving them a number 2 in the SEC crown. Not you guys.
Yeah, yeah. But hey, what was that Texas-Oklahoma score last year?
Okay, well, you want to check what they've been for the last 15 years?
Hey, I get it.
Oklahoma wins 2 out of every 3 games.
I'm kidding. Texas is one of the most underachieving programs. For them not to win a conference championship in the last 14 years is just it's amazing.
That's what I'm saying. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
No. You'll find out. We're very for the newcomers. We're very tight with our keys to the conference. We don't hand them out like the Chamber of Commerce down here.
Yeah.
Dean, I do.
Well, I'm not gonna, guys. I don't want to come off here and say my guys aren't going to be competitive and they're going to give up football down here. I mean, that's not going to happen. You got to have NIL money. Venables has to prove he can coach, and then they have to have the elite players like this quarterback that they've got. This 5-star kid's going to be he's going to be great, and at another. I was going to say at another school he would even be greater. I'm not going to go there. That's probably not fair at this point. You know what I'm saying is you got to have the players around you, right? And so he's got to get the elite players around him to give him a chance to post enough numbers to score enough in the SEC to have a chance to win.
Hey, before you go, Dean, I do want to do a fast-forward question. You reported in 2024, you reported that coming up in 2024, it is the feel for some Oklahoma people that their SEC opener is going to be hosting Alabama. So both Alabama and Auburn are on that schedule. The Auburn game is in Jordan-Hare. Do you get any sense from the Oklahoma people? Do they still think maybe Alabama is that SEC opener in Norman? Do you get a sense maybe where they think the Auburn game is going to fall on that schedule?
No, I don't have any idea about the timing of it. I got word quite a while back that Alabama was a done deal. Nick's no dummy. I mean, he didn't like the Tennessee. I mean, I understand Nick's thinking that the teams are better now than they may have been when they were starting to put these groups together of the teams they were going to regularly play. If I'm Nick Saban, what do I want? I want to go to Norman, Oklahoma, and play the Sooners while they're down. He's proven the last couple of times that the two programs have met, it's been a mismatch because Oklahoma defensively has not been what it has been and needs to be. So I think Nick knows that what's the best thing he could do? Get down to Norman right now. I mean, probably come about any time he wants and feel pretty good about it. But right now is the time to come. In terms of the timing of it, though, I don't know.
All right. He is Dean Blevins, former Oklahoma quarterback, at Dean Blevins on Twitter, sports anchor KWTV in Oklahoma City. Also does a show on the Sports Animal there in Oklahoma City. Stays busy, but does a really good job with it. Dean, it is always great talking with you. We appreciate you coming on with us.
You bet, guys. Have a great day.
All right, buddy. Take care. Dean Blevins on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Dean's confidence level in Brent Venables.
Not great.
Would you say that's pretty low?
Bobby compared it to the Hugh Null, Steve Ensminger confidence he had back in the day.
Well, I do agree, and I pointed this out. On paper, they're going to be favored. There's a reason the total is 9.5 in Vegas. On paper, they're going to be favored in 10 or 11 games. So
they need that the under. Dean's telling you they need that easy schedule. They need that momentum to get people to start giving money and for them to have a little recruiting success. MyBookie, about to get to a break here. MyBookie, and we'll talk more football coming up on the other side.
Yeah, MyBookie.ag code next round. If Dean were on MyBookie, he might be taking the under on that Oklahoma season. You could play those, by the way. I just mentioned to you, and the number I gave you for that Shohei Ohtani, minus 847 to be the American League MVP. I got that right there off MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag code next round is what you need at sign up there, that code, to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag code next round. Basically, here's how it works. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at mybookie.ag. It is that simple. That's the formula you want, right? That $1,000 sign-up bonus, it is yours. It is your account. You play it right away. You win with it. It is yours forever at mybookie.ag. You bet, you win, they pay. All the Major League Baseball games, the postseason awards, you can still play those. Some of the futures there. You can play NFL and college football futures right there at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you sign up to get that sign-on bonus of up to $1,000. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag. Code next round. That is mybookie.ag. Code next round.
Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Summer is here. School is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. New Life Art, they bring you Rockstar's viewing menu every day. New Life Art. We'll tell you a little bit more about them in just a second. Rocky, what are you watching tonight, brother?
Netflix has a new documentary out. It's called Muscles and Mayhem. Now, this is the unauthorized American Gladiator story.
Like about the old show?
Yes, a look at the success of the stunt-filled 1990s TV series.
Did you like it?
I did. The final thing where they muscle men just shot tennis balls at you.
Yeah. I didn't watch it. I didn't love it, but I've heard people rave about this documentary.
Well, they tried to renew the series. I think it failed again, but you had guys like Ice and Blaze and great names like that.
Yeah, basically American Ninja Warrior was almost like the playoff of American Gladiator.
Then Apple Plus has a new series premiering today with Idris Elba. It's called Hijack. I don't know how you're going to do a hijack film for a series, When flight KA-29 is hijacked during its 7-hour journey from Dubai to London, corporate negotiator Sam Nelson, plays by Elba, tries to use his professional skills to save everyone on board. This is a series that premieres tonight.
Well, I mean, you could do. I think this is going to be interesting. I love Elba. He might be my favorite actor.
J.A. Season 2 of The Bears, incredible so far. That's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next masterwork in oils. The legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments, memorabilia from the last 30 years of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th. Go to DanielMooreArt.com. That's DanielMooreArt.com.
Jimmy over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Sooner fans don't pay attention to what Dean Blevins says. I'm assuming Jimmy is a Sooner fan there who may not want to hear that, but
I bet they do when it's good.
Do you think that Dean Blevins, he surprised me with his thoughts, but do you think Dean Blevins reflects what a lot of SEC people think of Oklahoma coming to this league, that they are trending towards mediocrity, at least for the first few years, if something doesn't change?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were an Oklahoma fan, just be honest about this. If you're an Oklahoma fan, would you fear that Brent Venables is in over his head?
Yes. I don't know it to be true, but
I know,
yes.
but it'd be my fear.
A couple of things. First of all, going back to the recruiting, I think Oklahoma is going to be overwhelmed at least the first few years. Texas might have the talent. I'm not sure either one of these programs has got the right coach.
Oklahoma signs a 3-star running back yesterday. It was what Dean was talking about. They've signed 3 stars recently. They beat out Iowa State, Oklahoma State, Notre Dame, and Vandy, the only SEC team that was in the mix for this guy. Vandy.
So say those 3 again.
Iowa State, Oklahoma State, Notre Dame, and Vandy.
Okay, but Notre Dame was in the mix.
Yeah.
I
mean, if you take Notre Dame out of that, I'm like, damn.
Must be a smart kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give him that.
Yeah, to be able to get into Notre Dame and Vandy.
Yeah.
But the only SEC team that wanted this guy, or at least was a finalist for this guy, was Vandy.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm an Oklahoma fan, my fear is my coach is in over his head, and it is only going to get more difficult from here. That, I'm sure a lot of people around that part of the country cringe at hearing Dean say the phrase big boy football. I wouldn't even go that far, and I'm an SEC homer. I mean, I think the Big 12's got some good teams in it, but it is going to get more difficult.
And at times, Oklahoma and Nebraska and Texas have been big boy football.
Yeah,
without
but
a doubt.
it's going to get more difficult going to the SEC, and I'm scared my guy's in over his head.
But remember, we're coming up on a quarter of a century that Oklahoma has not won a national championship.
Oh, I know.
That's right. It's been a while. Slice brings us our 4 downs every day. We've got a little Oklahoma flavor to that, brought to you by the great folks at Slice Pizza.
Yeah, 4 great locations created by the late Jeff Bajai, just a great dude. The legacy continues with his brothers, Jason and Chris. You'll see them out at the 4 locations. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. Stop in for lunch or dinner. 4 locations, Lakeview. There's Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
I do have 4 downs, by the way.
Oh, I knew you did. I saw the card.
More total touchdowns, Dylan Gabriel or Dak Prescott?
Again, I just don't know how much they're going to improve that defense. So I think they get in some shootouts this year, Oklahoma, again. So I'll go Dylan Gabriel.
Dak runs them in, too, though.
He
so
does.
That adds a little extra than your average quarterback. I think Dallas's offense, if not now, then win for Dallas in the NFC, right? If not now, then win for Dallas.
Starting to feel that way, yeah.
I mean, the AFC is a crapshoot. A lot of great teams in the AFC. If not now, then win for Dallas. Slight edge Dak Prescott for me. I don't know if Dylan Gabriel can hold off the big recruit that's coming in.
Well, Dean was high on him now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Dak Prescott in this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Dak too, just because of the 17 to 12 regular season games. I think it might be close though. I think Gabriel will get more comfortable, and I don't think you're gonna see that 5-star recruit. I mean, you'll see him in spots, but I think Dylan Gabriel is gonna be the guy moving forward, at least this year.
Second down.
Because Oklahoma's irrelevant, we're done with Oklahoma. Celebrity birthdays. John Cusack, 57. If I asked you best John Cusack film, I know what it's going to be for you.
One Crazy Summer. It's a great
Really?
film. I love that film.
I think Being John Malkovich for me, and I also liked his cheesy but hot tub time machine. is just a cheesy classic.
I mean, Serendipity, High Fidelity.
See, I thought you would go Serendipity.
Yeah, Serendipity, but High Fidelity is one.
Stand By Me.
He was Runaway Jury. Was he in there?
Yeah,
Runaway
that was one of my
Jury
least
good.
favorite Grisham.
Yeah, I thought it was okay.
adaptations. Yeah.
I liked it.
I thought it was okay. He's been in a ton of films.
Yeah. No, I mean, he so much so that for that period of time, he's been mentioned in lyrics of songs. You know, he's in song lyrics. John Cusack, one of my favorite.
Is he?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know he was in lyrics. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll find the song.
Third down.
Elon Musk, 52. Ultimately, who has the bigger legacy when they're dead and gone? Elon Musk or Donald Trump?
Well, I mean,
one's president of the United States. That lasts forever.
Yeah, you've been a president of the United States. You do get remembered forever. But
I mean, what the hell did James Taft do? But we know his name.
But I know. Right.
That was William Howard Taft.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
See?
I mean, can you even name half the presidents? Like off the cuff, you can't.
I can apparently get half their names right.
I can name half.
Well, you might, but I
you
mean,
name
like
half.
Thomas Edison. Everybody knows Thomas Edison.
Not a president.
I know. No, what I'm talking about. He is a guy that created things.
Well, I mean, Elon Musk, it is interesting because we don't think of it in those terms because, you know, you think of inventors as all old dead people, but Elon Musk is an innovator, right?
He is.
So one day, if they can figure out how every car can be battery powered and be efficient in doing so and not, you know, have a ton of waste, you'll look back at Elon Musk and say, hey, that was the father of this invention, basically. So I'm willing to say Elon Musk. Goes, let me ask you this.
Well, what's his biggest invention?
Well, I think I'm not going to say he invented a battery power car. I don't know if he did that, but he was
did PayPal. He was part of PayPal.
But he was the brains and the money behind Tesla. And if battery powered transportation really takes off and is the wave of the future, you would look back on that and he would be kind of the father of it.
Yeah,
whether he invented it or not.
Yeah, look, politics aside, I say that with this. I still think Trump, just because Trump had a huge name before he was even president.
Yeah, he did, and he's going to be remembered polarizing. Some are going to remember him as awful things. Some are going to remember as great things. So everybody's going to remember him if you do it that way. But here's a way of looking at it. Who was president when Thomas Edison invented the light bulb? See? You don't know. I mean, I don't know either. I'd have to guess. Rockstar president.
I'm going to stick with my answer, Taft.
James Taft.
I'm going to go Thomas Jefferson.
It's late 1800s. No.
It's
late 1800s to 1900s. I will say, well, actually,
this would be the greatest upset of all time if I.
It wasn't Teddy Roosevelt.
I mean, I was going to say Woodrow Wilson, but I think it's before him.
No, it was before that.
Abe Lincoln was still lighting candles, so it's after number 16 there.
I will say
McKinley, Hayes, Teddy. Some of the answers coming in over there.
I would have to go Teddy, but I don't think that's right.
I mean, I'll have to look it up. I don't know. What was it? 18.
Back to John Cusack real quick. Fallout Boys in the song Honorable Mention, I Can Be Your John Cusack. Ben Rector in one of his songs.
Okay.
Like John Cusack. He's referenced in some songs.
Didn't realize that.
Yeah. Very, very popular guy for a period of time.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
John Elway, 63 years old today.
That is hard to believe.
If I asked you better former Denver athlete, John Elway or Patrick Waugh?
Well, I don't know a lot of hockey, but I remember Patrick Waugh was a household name.
I mean, he won 4 rings, and I think he goes down probably as the best goaltender of all time.
Yeah, I think I'll go Patrick Waugh, Jim.
I'm going to go John Elway because it's football, first off. Patrick Waugh, greatest goalie of all time.
Yeah, probably.
I think people consider that. I don't know
Tony Miola.
Marty Brodeur is really good, but I think Patrick Waugh is that guy. I mean, not only did he win 4 Stanley Cups, but he won the Conn Smythe 3 times, which is the most valuable player in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah. Third all-time in wins is Patrick Waugh. Dominic Hasek is the other guy that's in the discussion for 5 greatest goaltenders in NHL history. Patrick Waugh listed as number 1 here, according to Hockey Is Us.
I'm going to go Patrick Waugh.
Hockey Is Us goes Patrick Waugh.
Says it, I mean,
Jacques Plante is number 5.
He was my favorite.
How do you pronounce his last name?
Plante.
Who did he play
Terry
for?
Sawchuk is number 4. Martin Brodeur.
I heard of him.
I think I got that one right. Is number 3.
I went Marty, but
Dominic Hasek is number 2, and Patrick Waugh.
Yeah,
Spelled like Roy is number 1.
Waugh had the better career, and won championships at different places.
Yeah, I'll go Patrick Waugh, but John Elway was at one point the greatest comeback quarterback in the history of the NFL. Right, the drives.
Yeah,
but was until the very end remembered as kind of what we talked about with the Bills earlier.
Yeah, with Jim Kelly.
Couldn't win the big game.
Yeah,
couldn't win the Super Bowl.
Yep, that's our 4 downs brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, again, 4 locations, local pizza, local ingredients. Get in, try those incredible specialty pizzas. Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. Now, for more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Taylor, little T, Patrick Waugh is giving me trivia PTSD. Did you do a little Patrick Waugh trivia?
Well, first of all,
we did a test run with a trivia show that Lunsford's working on. Taylor was
I was about to say, I hadn't seen Little T at trivia in a year.
Patrick Waugh.
It was team Taylor and Kelsey together, and me and Forrester.
Patrick Waugh.
What was the question?
Lunsford came up. Do you remember the question?
It was who's the only player to win the Conn Smythe Trophy 3 times.
Oh, Patrick Waugh. I've heard that.
I would have gotten that.
That would have been really good. Hey, by the way, Brown, Frankfurt, Germany, where your Dolphins play this year, tickets went on sale yesterday at noon, Germany time. Was not still available at 12:16 Germany time. Sold out in 15 minutes.
Our old friend Joe Shad that covers the Dolphins was monitoring this, and at one point there were 1 million people in the queue
to get tickets
in the virtual
Frankfurt.
queue to get tickets. So this is going to be a hit, I guess.
Yeah, it was in Munich last year for Seattle and Tampa Bay. They're going to play 2 back-to-back weekends in Frankfurt. No word if the Indianapolis-New England game is on sale yet or if it went by quick. Patrick says big Tua fans there over
That's
in
right.
Germany.
They love them some Tua.
It is week 9, Patrick, so we don't know if they'll get to see Tua or not. When we come back, special guest joins us as I ask these guys. Here's the topic these guys will have to tell me. Not the coach on the biggest hot seat like Neil Brown in the Big 12. I'll ask you which coach needs to win. Maybe a coach we've already talked about. Needs to win this year. Pressure to win this year to sort of change the direction of his career, of his program, or whatever. And I'll go through each of the Power 5 conferences with a special guest to fill the time while these guys think. Right?
I love it.
Don't list them all out yet. I'll ask them per time. You write them down, and a special guest joins us to have a little fun next right here on TNR, being brought to you by Brown's Garage Guy, the folks with Tough Dog.
Tough Dog does a great job. You know, I was just walking in my garage this morning thinking about as I felt it under my feet, my bare feet this morning, I was like, man, it just feels different. It doesn't feel like you're walking in a dirty garage. Your garage, your basement floors, your pool surrounds, all those things, you want them to look great, but you also sometimes they just need to be durable. You need to be able to clean them easily. That's what you get with Tough Dog Coatings. TUFF, Tough Dog Coatings, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That is TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. These coatings, they come in, they check your the cracks that might show up in your basement floor or your garage floor to make sure you don't have foundational issues. They check the moisture to make sure it clears their standards. If both those things check out, they come in, they grind it down, they make it nice and smooth, and they cover it with that coating, and then they add the flakes. And it exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. It will not yellow in the sunlight. It will not crack. It will not wear out like epoxy does. The main thing, it looks amazing. It feels amazing under your bare feet, and it smells great. Like your garage is just honestly, you park cars in there, you got exhaust, you got old stuff in there. It can get kind of a dank, bad smell. This changes the smell. And they stand by their word. 15-year warranty. Here's the number. These are Birmingham guys doing this. Birmingham guys. Call Jared and the gang there at Tough Dog Coatings. 205-947-3639. That is 205-947-3639 or ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That is TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts. Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, headlines quickly brought to you by our friend Dr. B. He's got LT's hair looking good even a day after a concert when he's suffering from the Pelham flu, everyone is saying.
Yeah, look, when I started to thin out, everyone I asked said Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. I am 100% behind that. People that ask me out in the wild, I'll tell them all of the time. Literally, the hair, the thickness has doubled since I first went to see Dr. B. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training in genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316, t3hair.net. Dr. B also offering Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, for more information, schedule the consultation, 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
Braves win last night. Getaway game in Atlanta today. Minnesota and Atlanta 11-20. Just in a few minutes over Truist. The Braves 1 percentage point away from being the best record in baseball right now, behind the Tampa Bay Rays, who lost last night in Arizona. Shohei Ohtani with a big night last night, 6 1/3, 1-run baseball pitching with 10 strikeouts. Plus, he had 3 hits and 3 at-bats, 2 of those home runs. He leads the American League in home runs. Also, in sporting news, the Learfield Cup is over with LSU winning the national championship. All sports together, best sports program of the year, the Learfield Directors Cup goes to
Georgia.
Georgia finishes 7th.
Best overall athletics program.
Yes.
I mean, LSU is good in football, baseball, and women's basketball. I'll go LSU.
9th for LSU.
Okay, I'm not going to get it then.
It's going to be a random Olympic sport, Stanford.
It is always an Olympic sucky team. It is Stanford.
Okay, then this is irrelevant.
Stanford,
It really
what
is.
did they win this year?
Probably men's polo, probably women's swimming,
I'll tell you what, they
some
did
diving.
win football, men's basketball.
Equestrian,
football,
hacky sack.
Didn't make the tournament in basketball.
They were in Omaha, though.
They were in Omaha.
Yeah.
Stanford won, future SEC power, Texas 2, Ohio State 3, Virginia 4, Florida leads the SEC at 5.
Well, a bunch of smart schools.
Tennessee, Georgia 6 and 7, North Carolina 8, LSU 9, USC 10. You're wondering, hey, what about Alabama?
Hey, what about Alabama, Jim?
They were 12th. Michigan 11, Alabama 12, Arkansas, UCLA, Penn State rounding out the top 15 in the Learfield Directors Cup. Is there any way ever Alabama can win this thing? Or Auburn? Do we even play enough sports to win this thing?
I doubt it.
I don't know.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to it.
Three sports anybody cares about.
All right, we're going to get into this little football discussion off of Oklahoma as our team today. In fact, when we get to the Big 12 here, I think we take Brenton Venables off because we've discussed it greatly here. We're going to talk about coaches that are under pressure to win now this year, and I'm not talking hot seat. And we'll start with the Big 12 before you start answering. Neil Brown would be an obvious hot seat guy at West Virginia. Venables would be the obvious answer here. He's sort of the example I'll use to set the tone for everyone. Needs to win now to sort of set the tone. Wait, we got a special guest that's going to fill the time.
Oh, my apologies, Paul. All right.
All right. Rockstar, do we have the guest ready who's going to fill the time while we write our answers out?
We're going to rehash some old jokes.
Oh, it's Gary the Gator, not football season.
Oh, what a surprise.
I had no idea I set this up. Hey, my wife asked me to name all of my sexual partners in order. I probably should have stopped when I got to her name. Everybody write it down?
That is good. All right, Brown, who do you have?
I got Sark.
That's so good, Rockstar.
I got Sark. You can make a case for Venables. Obviously, as you mentioned, Neil Brown is probably win or go home at this point. But with Sark going to the SEC to join Texas A&M with a program that is going to be picked in the top 10, I think this can be a tone-setting season going into the conference, knowing that you're going in with Texas A&M. You can say all this about Jimbo, too, by the way. But I think for Sark, they were close last year, and they're going to be picked in a lot of people's top 10s this year with a really deep quarterback room with Quinn Ewers, who played well, Arch Manning on the doorstep if you need him. I think it's Sark right now.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. I think it is Sark. I said this the other day when you were out on Monday, Brown. If I'm a Texas fan and I don't win the Big 12 and get to a college football playoff, I'm disappointed this year.
Yeah.
Because you go from 5 wins to 8 wins last year, and you've got all this talent that is coming back. TCU just played for the national championship. It's got to be Sark. My runner-up would probably be Dave Aranda, because Aranda wins the Big 12 in 21, and then he drops back to 6 and 7 last year. So I don't know where Aranda is as a head coach. If he goes 5 and 7, 6 and 7, I think Baylor fans start to worry a little bit.
I would ask you in the future to hold your runner-ups until after I give my answer, in case I don't want you to spoil in case I have someone else. I did not this time, though. I go Matt Campbell at Iowa State because he was really bad last year.
Yeah, they were awful.
And if Iowa State slips back into mediocrity under this guy, he's been terrific, but that program doesn't have a history of being terrific. He could become and also ran, not that he would ever get fired, but Iowa State becomes out of sight, out of mind really, really quick.
Yeah, but still, they've played in the Big 12 championship game.
That's history.
Yeah, just 3 years ago. Texas hasn't played in it forever.
But,
but different expectations, and Texas is never going to slip out of mind. He'll get fired. This guy won't ever get fired from Iowa State, but they will become a old program like they always have been if he doesn't keep the momentum going.
Yeah,
So a terrible year last year was 4-8 for Matt Campbell. I mean,
but the conference is only getting easier for him. I mean, I think
the conference is getting easier. The question is it getting
That's
easier
right,
for
for
him?
him.
And if he doesn't win this year, the pressure to win, he needs to win some football games. Let's go now to the ACC to fill a little time between. Rockstar, do we have our guest still?
The Bible asks. The Bible tells us to love each other. You know, the Kama Sutra is a little more specific.
I like the first one.
Give me one more, Rockstar.
Yeah, let's do another
We're
one.
going to be running out of jokes here. What's the worst thing to feel during a prostate exam?
The worst thing to feel during a prostate
Not the best, the worst.
The worst thing to feel during a prostate exam. What's that?
Both hands on your shoulders.
Brad, you have your answer locked in.
Dude. Mine is Mike Norvell in the ACC. Again, this is not a hot seat discussion. Mike Norvell's not getting fired. But this is as good as Florida State will have been coming into a season, coming off that 10-3 last year in a very long time. There are people that are talking about them in terms of a playoff contender. They get LSU right out of the chute, could set the tone in that Orlando game against LSU. And as far as just, Clemson is not what Clemson was. Now, maybe Clemson will get back to that, but this is your best shot probably if you're Mike Norvell of going to the ACC championship, potentially winning the ACC, and getting in a college football playoff.
See, I think Norvell's already done a lot.
Right.
And, bringing that program back, they win 6 consecutive games to end 2022. They were almost in the top 10. They won 10 games. To me, it's Mario Cristobal. You're paying this guy a ton of money. I've never been a fan. And he comes in. He had what was looking like an elite quarterback in Tyler Van Dyke to end 21. And Tyler Van Dyke just completely fell off the mountain last year. They were 5-7. They've got a lot of talent on that roster, too. If Cristobal doesn't turn this thing around and win 8 or 9 games, I would be really concerned if I'm a Miami fan.
Both of those are great answers. Cristobal, the big NIL guy, is in his back pocket. So that guy was never giving money to Miami Athletics until Cristobal became the head coach, and I don't think he will keep giving money when Cristobal's not the head coach. But they do need to win. Okay. Norvell has rebuilt that, but he does need to win. Both of those are great answers. I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, but here's what I would say about the NIL, though. If you continue to buy players and spend that money, but you don't have results, what does it matter?
Yeah, the ACC version of Venables, to me, is Tony Elliott, another Clemson assistant coach at Virginia.
Tough job.
Yeah.
It is a tough job, but Brocco Mendenhall had them looking better.
7 or 8 wins. Yeah.
And they had a quarterback that was pretty good that was still there when Elliott got there, and now he is quarterbacking where?
He has gone to NC State.
Because this offensive guy got there, and it was not good last year. So to me, he's got to show me he can be a head coach, and he needs some wins this year.
It was by far the worst offense in the ACC.
And that's saying a lot.
Yeah, worse than Boston College, worse than Georgia Tech, worse than Virginia Tech. It was a bad offense.
Let's go to the Big Ten. Gary the Gator will fill the time.
My wife said to me, honey, if I ever get Alzheimer's, I would want you to remarry rather than burdening you with me. I said, holy hell, that's the 5th time you've said that today.
Brown, are you locked in yet?
I am not. Okay. This is a tough one for me.
Okay.
Well, Lance is
I've got 2, but I'm locked in.
Okay.
And I won't say my runner-up.
No, you go ahead. You've written it down. Oh, no, you've just got one. Okay. We agree, in fact.
Yeah, James Franklin. I mean, Franklin, you end up with 11 wins last year. People are saying you're in the mix. Look, if Michigan can do it and get to back-to-back college football playoffs, why hasn't Penn State been able to break through? And this is the year. Drew Aller, people are talking about he's going to be the next great Penn State quarterback.
Isn't it funny they're talking about this being the year with a new quarterback who has never started?
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't think Sean Clifford ever really sold anybody. He was solid.
Right.
He was kind of the Kellen Mond for Texas A&M, which we will get to in a little bit. But James Franklin's my guy. Got to break through sooner or later. Recruits well. Very likable guy for his players. But sooner or later, that fan base won't see a championship.
Yeah, I agree. It's Franklin. No way he's going to get fired or anything. And you can almost bet that there will be a job opening that he will create, his name being in the middle of it at some point. But this is the year, right?
Yep.
He needs to be at least behind one of the big boys, Ohio State or Michigan. Needs to be in the mix for that championship.
And I thought about James Franklin, but I went with Mel Tucker. And again, this is not a hot seat discussion.
That's my runner-up, man.
And Mel Tucker's not going to get fired either. I mean, this guy's got that massive contract.
Yeah. He's got the Jimbo Fisher protection.
That's right, the parachute plan. My fear for Mel Tucker is another bad year, and you've lost the draft. In NASCAR terms, right? You're about to go a lap down. Because Michigan is only getting better. Ohio State's better than you. Penn State's better than you. Here come USC and UCLA who are better than you. You're falling further back in the pack if you have another year like they had last year.
Name a coach in the Power 5 that has coached more than 3 years at his school that makes over $9 million that has a losing record in conference.
He's got to be the only
Who
one.
is Mel Tucker?
Who is Mel Tucker? I mean, that's it. He's 12-13 in the Big Ten, and again had a really good 2021. Kenneth Walker, thank you very much. I mean, that was one of the portal steals from Wake Forest, where they go 11-2, and he gets that huge contract. I'm telling you, this, along with Jimbo Fisher's, might be the worst contracts in the history of college football.
All right, let's go to the Pac-12. Not hot seat, pressure to win this year to sort of change the direction of the program and or the perception of him as a head coach. Gary the Gator.
I asked my doctor, is it normal to get an erection during an ear exam? He said, why? Do you have one too?
Where'd you get the? I mean, why are they all sexual?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just asking. You know, it's like normally he spreads it around a little
Scott,
bit.
do you have that clip yet?
I'm locked in. Nobody. I went nobody in the Pac-12
I
under
there's
pressure
got to
to
be
win.
somebody.
No, look, I mean, just go. Washington State, sort of a new coaching situation, and nobody knows. They don't have any money, so they can't spend on anything. They've shut down any spending that's not essential. Washington's in a good place. Oregon's in a good place. Oregon State's in a good place. Deion is new at Colorado. Utah's got a great coach. USC, UCLA, Stanford's a new coach. Cal's not going to do anything with Wilcox. Nobody. Zero.
Oh, there are multiple. I think there's 3 coaches that need to do it. David Shaw, though, this is a guy.
He's not there. Didn't he get fired?
He got fired.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, David Shaw
Should have done this last year.
Should have been.
So my guy actually would be, who is coaching Stanford now?
The
It's
new guy.
Yeah, it's the new guy. He was
He's
at.
the new guy.
Oh God, where
He's
was
a
he?
zero. That's why I put zero on there.
Then I would have gone Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly was
That's who
going to
I've
be my
got.
next.
That's who I've got. Chip Kelly, 27-29 at UCLA, 22-21 in conference. Just a bunch of yuck. He is entering year 6, which is hard to believe.
Best year so far last year.
9-4, 6-3 in conference. But if you take a step backwards, it starts to look like that was the outlier, right?
Yep.
And again, now I'm going to the Big Ten. Now I've got a cash-strapped program, but I'm about to have a cash injection. And, you know, if Chip Kelly has a good year, that program going to the Big Ten becomes, you know, I get a lot more excited about it. If he has a bad year, he could get fired.
I'm gonna stand on my zero here.
Okay.
I say nobody in the Pac-12 is under pressure to have to win this year.
Look, I'm not surprised he got fired. I can't believe I don't remember that. But, I mean, think about how good they were to start. 11-2, 12-2, 11-3, 8-5, 12-2, 10-3.
Yeah, it was Troy Taylor, the Sacramento State coach. I knew it was, it was an FCS program.
Thanks to everybody.
Yeah.
One more, the SEC. 1 or 2 jokes. Empty the
we're
clip
gonna
right
clean
here.
it up a little bit. Hey, where do polar bears keep their money?
Where do polar bears keep their money, Gary?
In their ice hole.
And no, come on now. In the snowbank.
The snowbank.
I think the ice hole was better.
Well, that's too dirty.
Just trying to get real riled up.
How do you make an egg roll?
How do you make an egg roll?
You push it.
I like the ones that have the long setup. We don't have any of those.
Gary the Gator.
Yeah, Scott, you got that clip?
Hey, can Gary the Gator do the mechanic joke?
Nope. Lance Taylor, the accountant joke, could do it.
Oh, you missed it, Brown, while you were gone. They did corporate trivia, and LT apparently started with 5 minutes of comedy, which included a joke about the disaster on the sea floor of the Ocean Gate.
What?
Oh, I said, I mean, it was breaking news, and I was like, it was like 75 accountants, and I was like, I just wanted you guys keeping up with the submarine saga, and they're like,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, they're confirming 5 are dead, but the families are holding out hope because the estimated 60 to 90 hours of oxygen left was actually was actually estimated by an accountant.
Did that bomb?
They didn't like it.
Well, Rocky liked it.
Rockstar went. Thanks for having us here at the Selma Quarterback Club.
I did.
That's actually good. I like that.
No, my other one was better, Brown. I told like 3 or 4, but one was, so girl goes to doctor. Doctor says you got 5 years to live. Girl says, oh my God, what do I do? He says, marry an accountant. She goes, why? Will I live more than 5 years? Hell no, but it'll feel like it.
Rockstar yelling. I got part
Is he
2 of
walking
this.
away?
What are you doing?
The man disappeared off the stage.
This is good. I like this.
How can you tell that the mechanic had sex?
How? I know. I've heard the punchline of that one.
The SEC team. Who's your guy?
I mean, come on.
I know.
Jimbo.
Play the hits, LT.
I'm going to go away from Jimbo. You keep going.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, whether or not he ever gets fired, who knows? But, I mean, you're talking about a guy that has a ton of talent year in, year out, a guy that was mentioned as the quarterback whisperer when he was at Florida State. Again, none of those quarterbacks ever panned out in the NFL. Jameis Winston has been decent. He was an incredible collegiate player. But Jimbo Fisher just can't get quarterback right. I do think they're going to be much improved this year. But he is a guy that has got to win. Again, if I'm Texas, I'm expecting college football playoff right now. If I'm an A&M fan, I'm beyond baffled what is going on with Jimbo.
For me, it is Arnett, just because he's got to prove that he is worthy of an SEC job, inheriting in a tough situation.
I don't think that's how he spells it.
And too many E's?
I think it's TT there.
Okay. And then Napier, spelled correctly?
I think you got that one.
Yeah, I didn't know it was the spelling bee all of a sudden. Rockstar, you had another joke with a long setup. Napier. And then Billy Napier, who's at that's a crown jewel job in football with the recruiting base you have. He needs to show that he can win some games he's not supposed to. Like he started the year off with Utah. They need to win more this year.
Again, not getting fired here. This guy not getting fired, but Sam Pittman. A bad year, a good year, and an average year at Arkansas right now. And he's got a losing conference record. And to take it one step further, when you look at where he's recruiting, he could go sell the SEC in a lot of places. He's able to sell that in fewer places now because he's recruiting against Oklahoma and Texas and a lot of those same places who are coming to the SEC. You're no longer selling SEC over Oklahoma and Texas.
That's right.
As you recruit now. So it's only going to get more difficult for him to recruit Arkansas.
I totally disagree with this.
He is Coors Beer back in the 70s or 60s or 50s, whenever the Smoking the Bandit was recorded. You could only get it out in the Rockies, west of the Mississippi, and Pittman was the truck driver that was bringing it back to the South to sell it at the NASCAR tracks. He could sell the SEC. Now it's available everywhere.
Everybody out there is selling
in
the SEC.
2020, they were robbed of 2 wins. They should have been 5-5 in conference, an all SEC schedule in year one.
I don't disagree with you, Lance.
Does anybody remember that? No.
I do. Yeah. Coming off a terrible tenure from Chad Morris, the worst coach in the history of Arkansas football, and then he goes 9 wins, and last year that 7-6, a little misleading. There were a couple of games that slipped away.
Yeah, but nobody's saying he's getting fired.
I'm not saying he's getting fired. I'm saying he's got to keep pace.
They lose all momentum.
I think he is the perfect coach for Arkansas.
Yeah, they lose all momentum if they're 6-6 or miss a bowl game this year.
And you got
that ain't going to happen.
Okay,
no, you don't know that.
They were 7-5 last year.
Yeah, that's two other games going the other direction from missing a bowl. A little pressure to win. Thanks to Gary the Gator, who joined us for a short period of time during that segment to fill in some spaces there. The show being brought to you by a couple of great sponsors. One of those, our friends at Redmont Distilling and Redmont Vodka.
Again, it's locally owned and operated. Just a great product. Ask for it by name. It's now available in 22 states. Again, Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC store.
And also by our friends at Champy's Chicken this hour, always brought to you by Champy's. You can't beat the wonderful southern deep-fried chicken you get from Sterling. He brines that overnight. It's cooked to order, comes out piping hot. Wonderful chicken, the great size hand-cut chicken fingers, the poor boys. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now. Trash on the other side. Stay with us.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on 19 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Precision Sports bringing you part of the show right here, Lance.
Yes, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder putting something in the attic, hurt the elbow shooting hoop in the driveway. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Trash in a second. Forrester, I'll give you a second to find the Arkansas schedule graphic. If you'll pull that up here.
I've got it right now.
I know, but for our viewers who are watching, we're going to pull it up on the screen. Just a second, I'm going to let you go through what Randall's asking here. I did want to put out one other NFL note. Antonio Brown, who is all over the place now, including being sued for not paying his players in a small-time arena football league, a league his team got kicked out of. I saw them debating whether or not his numbers rise up to being conversation for the Hall of Fame someday.
Well, you go back early on when it was Roethlisberger, Le'Veon Bell, and Antonio Brown. There were 3 receivers that were in the mix to be the best receiver. It was Odell, it was Antonio Brown, and the third escapes me right now. But Antonio Brown was that good for a minute. He was one of the top 3 receivers for about 3 or 4 years.
Is that good enough?
I don't know. When you look, and that's the problem with the receivers, the numbers are so gaudy now compared to the old school receivers. I think, unfortunately, for Antonio Brown, he's going to be remembered more for the off-the-field and the crazy on-field stuff than how good he was early on. So probably not.
I'll give you some Hall of Famers. He's got more receiving yards than these guys.
Okay.
That might surprise you a little bit. Calvin Johnson. Does that surprise you a little bit?
Abbreviated career, though, with Calvin.
Yeah.
This one might surprise a lot of people. Michael Irvin, the playmaker. More receiving yards than Michael Irvin.
Wow.
Different offense, though.
Charlie Joyner, that's an older guy.
That wasn't Eric Coryell.
Yeah, it was Eric Coryell.
Yeah, I mean, he's right there with Art Monk, who was in the Hall.
Oh, wow. That surprises me he's in that place.
Yeah.
Do you factor in the way it ended for him?
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I think voters will.
I think, unfortunately, that's going to be more of what they remember about Antonio Brown than how good he was first half of his career.
Yeah, and his only ring came in that year with the Buccaneers when he played a role, right? He didn't win it anywhere else, correct?
I don't
Did he win one?
I don't think he had one in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, no. I think Santonio Holmes is the last one they won, right?
All right. So, Brownie, tell us about JohnstonRVCenter.com. And then before trash pops up, we'll let you answer Randall's question on finding 6 and 7 wins for Arkansas.
Beat the Heat. Excuse me, puberty has been tough. Beat the Heat this summer with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. Right now, 2023 travel trailers just $179 a month. Fifth wheels just $439 a month, plus closeout pricing. Still on any 22s they've got. Listen, members of the military, you know how much we appreciate you, I hope, on this show. We are big supporters of the men and women that serve our country. They are, too, at Johnston RV, both active duty and retired military. You get discounts at Johnston RV Center. Just ask Johnston RV Center about that. They're more than happy to give you a discount for all you've done for us and for our country. Great service, great support after the sale, and a lifetime warranty on all new campers and used campers under 2 years old or newer. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Brownie the Gator is what Bob said you sounded like there.
Hey, Rockstar.
Let's see the schedule. LT, walk them through it real quick. 6-6, 7-5. Can you find 8 wins for them?
Oh, yeah. Well, again, yeah, I can find 8 wins. All they're out of conference, they're going to be favored in. Whether or not they win those games, we'll see. BYU, the really only tricky one, they get them in Fayetteville.
So you think Troy's a given?
They'll beat Troy, yeah. I think they will. I think they're 4-0 out of
is that
conference.
Troy or is that Temple? That's Temple. My bad.
They'll beat Temple.
Yeah.
Wait, they don't play Temple?
Well, what's that T right there? Is that Texas A&M?
Yeah.
Hard to see on that graphic.
Yeah, it's Texas A&M.
Okay.
So they start out Western Carolina, win. Kent State, win. BYU at home, I'm going to give them a win. At LSU, loss. A&M swing game, I'll say they lose that. At Ole Miss, I'll give them a loss there. At Alabama, loss. Mississippi State at home, win. At Florida, I think that's a win.
That's a tough one, but I'll give you a win there.
Yeah, Auburn is going to be improved.
Tough game.
It's a swing game. They probably, right now at least, would be a slight favorite. Florida International at home win. Missouri at home win. I think they go 7-5 worst case. I think 8-4 is on the table. People forget that you can make an argument K.J. Jefferson is the most talented quarterback coming back. Rocket Sanders, you can make an argument, best running back coming back. Kendall Browse, the loss of him doesn't bother me at all if I'm an Arkansas fan. Don't love Dan Enos, but this Arkansas offense is still going to be good.
Okay, so there's your path there, Randall, to 8 wins possibly for Arkansas. Let's do trash. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
At the belt. And now the 3-2 swung on. A pop foul back here. Ow! 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 It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. You guys remember after my father passed last year, right before the summer, I brought Chuck's ashes on set.
I do remember that.
And me and the brothers had planned for what would have been his 75th birthday last August to take his ashes and scatter them where he wanted in both Destin and Fort Walton.
Okay.
Well, the trip kind of fell apart last minute, so we've still got his ashes.
All right.
This leads me to this story, though, and you guys tell me if you think this is weird or not. Pink, the music icon, they call her right here. She received the strangest gift on Saturday, June 24th. She was headlining Hyde Park's British Summertime Festival. While performing Just Like a Pill, a Pink fan threw a little white bag onto the stage. Once she picked it up and looked at the bag closely, she asked, "Is this your mom?" Now, upon receiving confirmation from the fan in the audience, she responded, quote, "I don't know how I feel about this." Now, this is just the latest string of weird things that have happened. I don't know if you all saw BB Rexa got hit in the face with a cell phone.
Square in the face.
Yeah, it dropped her. She pretty much, her meet and greet was canceled. Then Ava Max got slapped on stage, said she's never coming to do a show in the U.S. again.
Wow.
So this stuff's
Bold
happened.
statement.
But throwing the ashes up there is extremely weird, right?
So mom just always wanted to be with Pink? Is that the thought behind this?
She had OD'd, and it was a tough little pill, whatever the song was about. I mean, what was the tie here?
Yeah.
I guess she was just a big Pink fan.
I love Pink too. I think she has
who
some
knows?
fantastic songs.
Mom on her deathbed, any regrets in your life? I never was on stage with Pink.
Okay.
Yeah, here you go. I'll fix that.
Pink Panther.
That is a rare time that I actually see Pink actually on stage. Usually she's Cirque du Soleil flying all over her audience singing at the same time. If you ever see her shows, she's always...
Yeah, I've heard she puts on an incredible show.
She's always in a high wire.
She's a weird chick.
I don't know that to be the case. I just know I see her. I like her music. I see her doing interviews and stuff, and seems to have a troubled life. I think she went to L.A. when she was 17 or 18, estranged from her parents.
Oh, I believe it. She seems angry.
Yeah, and worked her way in the music industry to owning her stuff.
Who's she married to? She's married to somebody famous.
I think divorced now.
Yeah, the Hart kid, the guy that rode motorcycles.
Corey Hart,
not Sledgehammer.
Whatever.
Peter Gabriel?
Nah, that wasn't Peter
Gabriel. It might be Corey Hart.
I think it was Corey Hart.
That's a singer, but also
Carey Hart. I misread it.
But she grew up in the circus. That's why she knows all that stuff.
Oh, that's how she knows how to do that. Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, she really did.
It's like her parents were in the circus?
Somebody was in her ass was in the circus. I don't know if her parents were there or not.
Wow.
I don't think she had great parents, but I know she was in the circus.
That circus life's got to be tough, man. On city to city, not making any money, living in tents.
Okay, imagine that we had research up here worth $1 million.
Okay.
And our former guy that walked the hall, Sam, decided to shut something down that cost us the $1 million.
Saw this story.
Irritated janitor allegedly switched off a super cold mega fridge to stop it from beeping, but accidentally destroyed decades of scientific work.
My bad, guys.
That's awful.
Yeah, this Polytechnic Institute in Troy, New York, claimed the storage freezer contained cell cultures, samples, and experiments at minus 112 degrees. That's cold. Now, Michael Ginsburg, their attorney, alleged, quote, people's behavior and negligence caused all of this. Unfortunately, they wiped out 25 years of research. Now, Ginsburg claimed the Institute would need to spend an estimated $1 million to replicate the samples and experiments contained in the damaged fridge.
Please tell me it's not taxpayer money.
I'm sure it is.
Now, according to the lawsuit, logged against the janitor's employee, which is Daigle Cleaning Services, the man allegedly turned off the fridge on September 17th, 2020 to stop a beeping alarm. He alleged actions caused temperatures to jump to a minus 25.6 degrees, destroying or damaging the material stored inside of the fridge. Now, the fridge has been experiencing mechanical malfunction, causing the alarm to go off, and maintenance was scheduled to intervene 4 days after the cleaner pulled the plug. I can imagine he was about to take a nap, middle of the night, kept beeping. And he's like,
oh, so annoying.
The rest of the story I read was that he was not even, there's big signage that even says, past this point doesn't even need cleaning.
Yes.
Do not clean past this point.
Just so you don't accidentally.
He wasn't cleaning.
He was cleaning in that area that he heard the beeping, and he was tired of the beeping, so he turned off the power to shut down the beeping while he was in there cleaning.
You think when he pulled it, you think his eyes got wide when it went?
The hell is that?
Yeah. So good. Or you think he had a sandwich in that fridge?
Could have. That was where he kept his beer.
How about this one? A tourist has been caught on camera carving a message into the ancient walls of Rome's Colosseum using a set of keys. They should have fed this guy to the lions. In the footage posted on Reddit, the man wearing shorts and a t-shirt carrying a backpack can be seen using keys to write Haley into the walls of the 1,937-year-old building.
Can I just point out that I didn't think the Coliseum was brick like that? I mean, that looks more like a house that's built today.
Yeah.
I didn't know they bricked it like that.
And I actually like that kind of bricking too.
I do too. That's a good look.
I would also say that if we had such disrespect for things back then like we do now for stuff like this, we wouldn't have any stuff like this to go see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We treat so much stuff like crap, no respect.
Yeah. I know they were that good bricklayers, honestly.
Yeah,
That's
you
pretty
weren't
good job.
on the show last week, Brown.
I was not.
But Clay Travis brought up, is there anything built after 1980 that will still be like significant in our future?
100 years from now, I think was the thing he said. It's built since 1980, that 100 years from now.
And there really won't be. It's really sad. Anyway,
I can't think of anything.
Users were quick to slam the man, calling him an asshole, asking people to send the video to the police so he could be arrested. If caught, the man could face a huge fine that in the past has been up to $17,000. He could also face up to a year behind bars.
It looks like they caught him. They got video of him.
That's true.
Yeah.
We know what he looks like from behind.
And what would an Italian prison be like? Pasta and wine every day?
I don't know.
You got to eat Chef Boyardee. SpaghettiOs for you, dude.
We've got a major Japanese moving company, major by the way.
Major one.
Has apologized after a video showing two of its employees, one tied naked inside of a truck and the other flicking rubber at him, went viral on social media. Now, Art Moving Company, headquartered in the city of Osaka, acknowledged that the content of the video was inappropriate behavior by its workers and apologized on June 23rd. The video shows a man tied naked to a wall inside of a truck container, the other man pulling an elastic band and flicking it towards him. Now, Art became aware.
Did y'all ever play that game when y'all were younger?
Not naked.
Oh.
Don't let moving get you in a bind. Call Samurai.
Oh, my.
They became aware June 22nd. The video in question was spreading online. An internal investigation apparently revealed that the video was taken around 2019, and the two men in the clip were both employees. The man who was tied up left the company this year. The other man who was flicking the rubber is still employed. The location where the video was taken has not been disclosed because, quote, it would lead to the identification of the parties involved. It's kind of what you want, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I think that's what we're after, aren't we?
And our final story today is, this is one we've never had on Trash on the Table.
Wow, that's saying a mouthful.
Yeah. Man's penis padlock had to be removed after he split with his girlfriend, who had only one key.
Okay, when Rockstar started clicking on photos, I panicked for 1 second.
This is not the girlfriend. This is the
assistant.
This is the locksmith.
assistant.
The locksmith who decided, damn, I wish I had not answered the phone.
Yeah, boy, what a day to come to work.
Look at her apprentice, just in awe.
Yeah, well, sir.
Now, the hapless man bought the lock about 8 months ago. Boy, he must have gotten in trouble a couple of times. You think she was going through his phone?
Hey, we're
going to put a lock on your dick.
Listen, you're giving me a good description, but we're going to have to see it, sir. You're going to have to, I know it's going to be embarrassing. We're going to have to whip it out here.
Boy, you talking about balls in the purse. Now, he wore it, and his then girlfriend kept hold of the key. However, the unknown man has spent the last 3 months trying to remove it after breaking up with the girlfriend.
Yeah. I'm going to need that key.
He lasts how long trying to remove it? 3 months.
Yeah. By the time he eventually retrieved the key from his ex, the lock had rusted shut. As a result, the young man went to see a tattoo and piercing specialist in Barcelona.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, that tattooist right there shared footage of the incident on TikTok for her 600,000-plus followers. While inspecting the man's junk, they came to the conclusion the lock had rusted, making its removal even more complicated.
So, look at that thing.
Well, it doesn't say much for him. That is a very
Let
rusty
me ask
and
you,
small lock.
I did expect a bigger lock.
Let me ask you this: how can you not pull your junk out of that?
Yeah, it's a great question,
I
Lance.
think it's locking some kind of cage, if I'm familiar with this kind of device.
If I'm familiar with this.
May or may not be.
Yeah, do tell, Dunaway.
Yeah, you know, it's like what are those things you put your two fingers in, you can't get them out?
Chinese finger cuffs?
Yeah.
Finger
I think it's something like that you would insert your manhood in.
You're talking about a chastity belt, basically.
Chastity belt
for a
was
man,
for women, yeah. You guys ever seen the movie Chasing Amy? Speaking
I've never
of
seen Chasing
finger
Amy.
cuffs.
Yep. I do wonder why he went to a tattoo artist. I mean, that seems like a weird choice. Like, I've got this lock on my genitals, and I need to get it unlocked. Where could I go to do that?
Listen to this, though.
You would not want to go down to the shop and let the guys see it, though, because first thing they're going to do is like,
I don't think I'm going
get this saw going. Yeah.
So the tattoo artist explained they eventually opened the lock with several carefully administered hammer blows.
Hammer blows.
Yeah. Very carefully, we put the key in place, gave it a couple of hits with a hammer, and it then came off. Yeah. That does look like a shitty lock, though.
New life for this guy today.
So he is now free of that lock there. And that
Watch out, ladies.
That is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began as a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being. They can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
All right, so Alabama basketball, not news for them, but they've been waiting on this to become official. It is now official, Browning.
Official, according to Jeff Goodman, North Dakota State transfer Grant Nelson tells Jeff Goodman he will transfer to Alabama. He had gone through the NBA draft process. In case you didn't remember that, he did withdraw right to the deadline. 6'11", 17, almost 18 points per game, 9 boards. So he's last year an 18-9 guy for the Bison, and will transfer to Alabama. Grant Nelson will.
It's a big get. Comes at a needed position, down low. Got some game on the outside. Landmine Believer says still probably need another guard now for depth. Quinterly screwed us over, leaving so late there. He is expected, Quinterly is, to be at Memphis. Memphis picked up 6'11" Jordan Brown yesterday to Memphis, a guy that averaged 17 and 8 in his 2 years at Louisiana in the Sun Belt. He was the Mountain West Player of the Year as a freshman at Nevada. Then he played 2 years at Arizona, where he was the Pac-12 Sixth Man of the Year. And then he played 2 years at Louisiana.
So this is school number 4?
School number 4 in 6 years as he comes rolling in.
Again, I wish I could have done the 4-year school plan on the 8 years.
So Grant Nelson, nothing new there, but it is official now. Brownie, tell us about your folks at A+.
Well, they've helped me and Lance with our master baths. They're going to do Lance's kitchen as well. It's not just master baths, it's kitchens, as I just said there. A+ Tile Home Remodeling. It is our guy, Brad Bell. So here's basically the deal. My wife and I, we bought our house. The bathroom wasn't terrible. It just wasn't what we wanted. We wanted something different. We wanted our touch on it. So we kicked the can down the road, and finally Jennifer said, hey, we're doing it. So we got in touch with Brad Bell because she scoured the internet looking for the right person. She read reviews. She reached out to people that had used certain contractors. She had a couple contractors come by. We felt most comfortable with Brad Bell, and boy, am I glad we picked him. His work was phenomenal. His crews were clean and efficient. They were on time every single day. They got the work done properly and as quickly as possible, and we are so pleased with our master bath. Master bath, kitchens, any home remodeling right there with my man, Brad Bell. Anywhere in Alabama, he can help you out. Here's his number, 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. If you missed anything I just said, you can just reach out to me on social media or email, and I'll hook you up with my guy, Brad Bell. A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Bobby says word on the street is that Memphis gave JQ a $500,000 NIL deal. That would be hard to match at $500,000.
And
you know what I mean?
And as much as I like JQ, that is feels like a little above market too. If I'm Alabama and that was the bargain, I think I probably let him walk too.
Yeah.
I don't think he's worth $500,000.
Yeah, that happened with a couple of players for Saban.
Yeah,
they just didn't feel like they were worth it.
Yeah, you look at return on investment and say, for 1 year, is he going to be worth $500,000? I just don't know that he is in Tuscaloosa or in Memphis for that matter.
Yeah, $500,000. If that's the missing piece for Memphis and JQ gets it, good for him. You know, not everything you do when you're 59 days away from the week 0 or 19 days away from SEC Media Days is great. Not to throw light on anybody. We may end up being wrong about this, but 24/7 Sports, they have a matrix formula they throw out to rank the coaches, their top 10 coaches in college football going into the year using a computer matrix. And sometimes when you put in computer formulas, it kicks out a name that doesn't belong with the rest. Start at the top. Don't get to the bottom too quick.
Okay.
Nick Saban 1, Kirby Smart 2. You can debate that all you want. Lincoln Riley 3, Ryan Day, Dabo, nobody complaining yet. Jim Harbaugh at 6. Chris Kleiman, LT loves him. Some Chris Kleiman 7. Hugh Freeze is 8. Auburn fans excited to have 8 there. Josh Heupel 9. Blah blah blah. Jeff Brom is at number 10 in Louisville. Now, we look at the schedule. Even Taylor Tannenbaum brought up the schedule last week. It could be a surprisingly good year for Louisville. But when you go college football's 10 best head coaches, as the headline says, using the coach rating index matrix developed there, analytics and all that, do you think Jeff Brom is in that conversation?
Hell no. and there's just one obvious omission.
And that's Brom. Oh, you're leaving one out.
Yeah.
Who is that?
It's Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
How in the hell is Brian Kelly not on that? Brian Kelly should be in the top 5.
Yeah,
Brian Kelly should be ahead of Ryan Day.
I could stomach you having Brian Kelly behind Jim Harbaugh, but that's as low as he should fall. He should be in front of Kleiman, Freeze, and Heupel, and Brom, of course.
Yeah, really, I don't have a problem with any of those 9. It is Brom that really jumps out. He'll have his opportunity at Louisville. I don't think he's going to get to the heights that Bobby Petrino got at Louisville, but for Brian Kelly not to be on that list, that makes no sense. Played for a national championship, was in 2 college football playoffs.
And in the SEC championship, his first game, or his first year at LSU.
That's just dumb. That's a terrible list.
Yeah, when you put in computer rankings, you get that sometimes. It's based on a formula developed by Matrix Analytics, Coach Rating Index, the 10 best football coaches. Forrester, you're the one that brought that to the table. Do they go past 10? Do they go even deeper? Do they get to Brian Kelly at any point, or is it just the top 10?
No, I only saw the 10.
And Mark Stoops should be before.
I thought about that. Even in front of Braum, I don't think he should be in the top 10, but I think I'd have him in front of Braum.
Yeah. Like I said,
Kyle Whittingham for sure.
Not everything works when you feed them into the computers. AI will not get everything right in the future, but it could still destroy the world. And so, too, could coaching index ratings from Matrix. Jeff Braum at number 10. Watch him win the national championship this year.
I like Kleiman and Freeze being on there, though.
Todd Fuhrman comes up next. Champy's world-famous fried chicken brings you this hour. Wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. I've got a picture from Lauren Sisler I should have sent you. I didn't do it again. John, her husband, said the reason they went to lunch there this week because they were hoping the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales would sort of start
push it out.
Yeah, it's past the due date now.
That's right.
And they felt they thought maybe a little something happening when they were there. Still waiting on a baby Willard to come. But they had a great first trip down to Champy's world-famous fried chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales are great. The southern fried chicken, the sides, the hand-cut chicken fingers, and so much more, including a great dessert. Go by and say hi to Sterling right there at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, or champyschicken.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And, of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES1.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
26 years ago tonight was Holyfield-Tyson, in which Holyfield regained the belt because of the bite heard round the world. Let's go to Vegas. Todd Fuhrman joins us now. Fuhrman, do you remember where you were when that happened? Are you older than 26?
I am older than 26. Unfortunately, that doesn't rank on my sports pantheon of remember where you were when this unfolded, but it will be, of course, an iconic boxing image that will persist the test of time for sure.
I brought up a boxing reference today when we were talking about MVP odds. And Shohei right now is minus 875 to win the American League MVP. And I was like, that was kind of like Floyd Mayweather, fighting a bum back in the day. I mean, those odds are astronomical.
I mean, look, the only thing right now, in my opinion, LT, that gets in the way of Shohei taking home the MVP is a trade to the National League, which doesn't appear to be overly likely, at least at this juncture, or, of course, injury. And I think injury is the only thing that gets in the way of what he's doing right now. I mean, last night may have been the cherry on top for what had already been an incredible season, hitting a pair of home runs, striking out 10. And you look at his most likely competition, that was probably going to be Aaron Judge. He's removed himself from the race, so you try and find some of the likely players that could unseat Shohei from atop the list. Maybe it's Marcus Semien or Corey Seager, given what the Texas Rangers have done, but those guys are going to have to do an awful lot. So it's no doubt his award to lose, whereas I think the National League is much more fascinating when you try and figure out exactly how to value a race for batting 400 versus everything Ronald Acuna is doing with a potential 40-40 season hanging in the balance.
It's funny, Fuhrman, that you bring up trading him, because when we were discussing that earlier, I was thinking through that. I don't know how you possibly trade for him. Or actually... Well, yeah, I don't know how you trade for him. I mean, think about how many players you would have to give up to get a player of that level at two positions. I just don't know who's got that kind of inventory.
And you don't want to trade for him because he's a free agent if you don't sign him to an initial
Well,
contract.
that's what I was going to say becomes the big thing is knowing that he's an impending free agent. Are you behooved to try and trade and offer up a huge draft haul, so to speak, for him? But I think, look, the Angels know they're not going to get top dollar. It's not like it's a player that's under, franchise control for the next 3 to 5 years. So it's a fascinating discussion. I'm sure the Angels don't want to see him walk, but I also don't think they're going to potentially pony up, maybe the $100 million that has been rumored to be attached to his potential next contract should Steve Cohen continue to get frustrated with his underperforming Metropolitans.
If Ohtani was a Dodger now, which many people expect him to be, who would you put your money on to win the MVP in the National League? Would it be Acuna or Ohtani?
I think you have to look at a full body of work. And so I think even if he was going to get traded to the National League, he just doesn't move himself to the top of the list. So knowing that Ronald Acuna has done this from start to finish as a member of the Braves, I think he becomes the favorite. As a bettor, though, you'd love to see the market overreact because they would have to account for Shohei Ohtani's value there, and you may be able to pick up a slightly more advantageous price on what Acuna is doing, continuing to kind of be the ultimate gold standard for a Braves team that has now broken a record with a 52-27 record through the first 79 games of the season.
Hey, Fuhrman, we're doing our 40 and 40 right now, top 40 teams in college football preview, and we're on Oklahoma today. And obviously coming off that 6-7, very disappointing in Brent Venables' first year. But the Vegas win total is 9.5. And people that continue to say, hey, hammer this under, I'm like, it's 9.5 for a reason. And when you look at their schedule, they could be favored in as many as 11 games.
Yeah, you mentioned the schedule, and I think that's what will keep me off of betting their win total under. And this is still a roster that's ultra talented. Now, have they necessarily gotten the right players and personnel to buy into what Venables wants to do? That remains to be seen, but you have a talented offensive coordinator in Jeff Lebby, another year in the system for Dylan Gabriel. And when you go through that list of schedules, I mean, the only game, at least on paper, that appears to be extremely daunting is that game against Texas in early October on a neutral field. Do I think the game against SMU week 2 will be an absolute slam dunk? No, but it's not like Oklahoma is going to be less than a double-digit favorite in that spot. And as far as their road games are concerned, extremely favorable against a Cincinnati team that's rebuilding with a new head coach and Emory Jones going to be their starting quarterback. At Kansas with revenge, at Oklahoma State for Bedlam, and then, of course, they'll go up to Provo late in the year against the BYU team, in my opinion, that'll be lucky to get bowl eligible.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. While we're talking college football lines, the first Thursday night, Florida is at Utah. Utah is a 10-point favorite. What do the people out there think about Utah quarterback, though? Cam Rising, last time we saw him, was limping off the field. I know they say he'll be back for that game. Is Utah -10 a Cam Rising line?
You know, they can say what they want, but I don't think anybody is really going to operate under the assumption in the handicapping world that Cam will be the starter. And that's part of the reason, Brownie, that you've seen this number that did open at 10 immediately take money on the dog. We're now kind of in that no man's land at a lot of books, as low as 8 in some spots, upwards of 9.5, but you'd have to shop far and wide to try and find the flat 10. I think when you're Utah, you're going to go into fall camp hoping that Cam can be fully recovered from the torn ACL he suffered in the Rose Bowl loss against Penn State. But that is a very quick turnaround. They have a very challenging non-conference schedule, starting off with the game against Florida that we mentioned, a road trip to Waco to take on Baylor, before they'll kick things off in conference play on a Friday night against Oregon State. So this number at 10 opening where it did assumes Rising at close to 100%, but we saw him when he was limited last year, dealing with, questionable mobility, and if he's relegated to just being a pocket passer, it changes a lot of what Utah can do in terms of running their offense. But I do think this defense will be very good. It can pose some problems for Florida, and it wouldn't shock me at all, guys, if we were getting closer to game week and we see this total come down considerably from where it sits now in the low 50s.
If I place a $5,000 chip in your hand, but you have to play it on a college football team to win the national championship, where do you put your money?
I'll take the low-hanging fruit here with Georgia just because I think they have the easiest road to get there, and it's something that we haven't said, regarding an SEC team in an eternity, but there's a reason that the Bulldogs win totals 11.5. I think the path is extremely clear to get out of the SEC East, and when we look at the West, that can be an absolutely muddled mess with people making a case for A&M being a bounce-back candidate, LSU getting back to the championship game, Alabama trying to rebuild into what they've obviously been in the past. So I think Georgia becomes the low-hanging fruit. If I was looking for another team to go in a slightly different direction, I really like this Michigan team. I know there's a lot of questions about J.J. McCarthy and if he can overcome some of the accuracy issues that plagued him in that loss against TCU. But I think those two teams, at least from a schedule standpoint and everything else you're looking for, are a cut above. Now, the best value, in my opinion, probably further down the board would be the Clemson Tigers in that 20-1 range, but that has the definition of boom or bust written all over it if you believe in the Cade Klubnik-Garrett Riley tandem to lead that offense.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman. Go follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you get all his work. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Fuhrman, thank you very much. Have a great week.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen, and I know all three of you will be glued to your television sets tonight watching the most important sporting event of all, which would be the NHL Draft.
Oh, yeah. I like the Poroshenko kid.
Hey, you know what? There's a lot of people out there that can't pronounce these Russian names phonetically, so they might not argue that if you say it convincingly enough.
Thank you, Fuhrman. Take care.
Be good, boys.
All right, Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah.
Dunaway did tell me before the show it's the most deep draft they think they've ever had.
I didn't tell you that.
You repeated it.
It was actually on the TV that was in the room, and I just repeated what they just said.
Well, I didn't hear them say it, Dunaway. Yeah. You're the one that told me that.
And I'm just wondering if the Blue Jackets going to draft in their spot or trade down. That's all I want to know.
Keep me up all night.
That's all I want to know. I will tell you this, though. Interesting from Bruce Feldman, who this time of year travels around, but he also, does some interviews. In his interviewing process, he learned that Jim Harbaugh brought back an old tradition at Michigan when he got there that they used to do when Bo was there and when Woody Hayes was there. They would have a period in practice, every practice that was the Beat Ohio. Mm-hmm. They didn't call them Ohio State, just the Beat Ohio period of practice. A little extra work.
Is this like Bull in the Ring where they do an O for Ohio?
No, it's just a little extra practice, a little extra stamina, a little extra work, a little extra precision, just an extra period every day, Beat Ohio. They've added one other name to it. They have a Beat Ohio period in the spring, and that is now a Harbaugh tradition. They have a Beat Georgia period. Not beat SEC, not beat anyone else. Just like they have a beat Ohio period, according to Feldman, they have a beat Georgia period.
I bet Nick Saban is fuming.
Yeah, I know. How is it not beat Alabama? Well, you haven't won back-to-back national championships. I mean, it's a huge compliment to Georgia.
Yep. So they have a beat Ohio for their rival Ohio State, and now they've got a beat Georgia period in every Michigan practice in the foreseeable future under Jim Harbaugh. That from Bruce Feldman at The Athletic today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors.
Yeah, hey, looking at that Michigan schedule, though, boy, they roll into the middle of November undefeated.
Oh, wow.
I mean, they really do. I mean, they are going to be good, and I like JJ at quarterback. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company. They've already started doing some work in about my pool backyard area, specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly. 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
My favorite read of the day, if you're looking for something to read, if you haven't already, AL.com, Jesse Williams, the story there about his battle with cancer, the Seattle Seahawks and former Alabama player, and how something Nick Saban taught him helped him with his mini surgeries in his battle with chemotherapy and cancer to beat cancer. That's at AL.com if you'd like to go read that. Saturday is July 1st. It is also UAB Day officially in the city of Birmingham. Mayor Randall Woodfin, the mayor of Birmingham, Alabama, made it UAB Day yesterday, signing the proclamation. Do you know why? What's happening July 1st?
Rockstars dressing up as Blaze.
Nope.
Ooh, that would be good, right?
That is the official.
That's not this weekend.
The official day that they become members of the American Conference.
Okay,
so that's
cool.
this Saturday, July 1st. We don't
Shoot
have
fireworks.
We don't have the Empire State Building,
right?
We're turning all the lights of the overpasses green and gold.
Green and gold.
No, they really are. That's
Are they
part
really
of
doing
yes,
that?
I'm not joking.
Oh.
We don't have an Empire State Building, Brown, so we're turning the lights on the overpasses of the new parts of the interstate green and gold.
That's good. I like the lights on those
So,
overpasses.
better chance of UAB winning the American or coming in dead last? I'm going dead last.
Yeah, I think it's closer to dead last, and I think they will not be either. I just don't foresee them winning that conference in their first year with what UTSA has, what Tulane brings back, and a couple others in the league.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think they'll win it, but I'm with Jim. They will not be dead last.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, they will. It's a tough schedule for them, though. I mean, I think I do think in year one it's going to appear record-wise that maybe they've even taken a step back from Bryant Vincent, certainly from Bill Clark. I just think that's going to be more schedule related. And I don't know. You'll have to judge the program the way you would judge a program. I don't know that record is going to be indicative of what Trent Dilfer does year one.
I tell you, man, it's a tough September.
It is. It is a tough schedule for them.
And it's a tough November. And a tough October.
What's October like?
Yeah.
It could be a tough year for Trent Dilfer.
I mean, you've got to go to Georgia and Tulane back-to-back weeks.
I know.
Two top 25 teams.
Yeah, you're on
a
the
lot
road.
of people.
On the road at UTSA, which is probably maybe the best team in that conference.
Should be a top 25 team.
Yeah, I think UTSA is, but they've got to go to Tulane, so that probably decides that conference.
Yeah.
Hey, since you brought up the Empire State Building, I wanted to bring this up. You did Cocktail Hour with Kelly Hunter and Brittany Wagner. Brittany texted me in break and said the 9/11 Memorial. That was
the one that everyone said last week in the chat.
Okay.
room.
Yeah, I didn't see that. But yeah, that does make sense.
The name of that tower is
well, it's Freedom Tower.
Freedom Tower, that's it.
But the 9/11 Memorial is, I think it's away from Freedom Tower, is it? I've been.
It's at the site of the old World Trade Center.
Yeah.
But that area was what everyone was bringing back up. Who will be dead last? Zach says USF. Jesse says Navy. In the new American?
I'd pick one of those two. I was going to say USF. Navy is.
I would say Navy.
Navy's changed coaches, so you wonder how long it takes them to get a system in away from the triple option basically.
Temple will be right there in the mix.
Before you tell us about Michelson and LT, Bobby Osborne passed away at age 91. Does anybody know what Bobby Osborne was the first to record?
Ozzy, his son.
Yeah.
He was
sex tape with Ozzy's mom.
Was he part of the bluegrass movement, Bobby Osborne?
He was part of the bluegrass movement. Brown.
The Osborne brothers out of Kentucky, if I remember right,
I don't know anything about where they came from.
That's right.
But a very famous song in these parts, recorded first
Rocky Top?
by Bobby Osborne, was Rocky Top.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rocky Top, You'll always be
Alabama
home,
fans'
sweet home to me.
Favorite song.
Good old Rocky Top. That's the way Bobby sang it. Rocky Top, Tennessee. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening on WSM.
That sounds just like him. I've never actually
Don't
never heard
forget
it.
Ziegler.
You remember that decade that Alabama won 10 straight from Tennessee, or even more than that? But this is back in the 90s. Yeah, back in the 90s. So I remember being at Neyland and hearing Alabama fans singing, Rocky Top, you'll always be second in the SEC.
Oh, that's funny. That's one of those songs where, like, when you go to an Auburn, Tennessee, or the third Saturday in October, the first time it's played, you're like, that's college football right there, man.
No, I love it.
Love it. And then, like, the 15th time it's played, you're like, okay, so they're going to play this all day, huh?
And if you follow, like, some Tennessee accounts on social media, they had a great, I don't know why they had it, but it's like a 3-minute, 12-second hype video about Neyland Stadium that I saw last night. And I watched it, and as I was watching it, it was really great. But I was watching, I was like, just not a lot of big moments there.
At Neyland?
Yeah, you get to last year pretty quickly. I mean, last year was a big one.
Some of those Florida games.
Yeah, the missed field goal where they beat Florida. The Clint Sterner fumble was a massive game. I mean, that
doesn't look great in a highlight, but yes.
It doesn't look great in a highlight, but hey, if Clint Sterner holds that ball, that may wreck Tennessee's national championship.
Yeah, great question for the chat room, and if Taylor would like to send it out as a Bud Light poll question, she can do this. Better song, Rocky Top, or when you're at a Georgia or Auburn game when they go glory, glory to Georgia. And I still say that works better at Auburn because it spells out better. AUBURN.
Georgia they have to add a beat, I think. GEOGRN. I can't even spell Georgia.
Yeah, I have to look at it to spell it. Yeah, it's like dun 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 GEORGIA or something like that.
Yeah, they do the G really quickly so they can fit it all in there.
Yeah,
Auburn actually fits in,
but it fits better for Auburn.
Yeah.
AUBURN.
They don't have to add a beat.
That sounds like college football to me right there. That and of course basket case, which you love.
I've never understood why Alabama plays that going to the fourth quarter.
Talk to me about Michelson Laser Vision.
The number, you need to write it down, 969-8100. Call it, schedule the hassle-free consultation. You got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Again, I got the procedure done over 2 decades ago. I've still got 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. One of the best decisions I made. Dr. Mort Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. For more information, 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before you're around and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
I timed it out for a reason. All right, before I tell you about Way to Wellness, the Americans play men's soccer tonight in the Gold Cup again.
All right.
Against Rockstar always tells me how many countries you said you could name last week?
Oh, I think there's 197. I could confidently do 140.
So it's 197.
There's counts all over. There's places that said that there's 210. Like there's 197.
I think it's constantly changing.
Yeah, like I have never ever heard of this country. We play them tonight in soccer. We're minus 10,000. We're minus 10,000 favorites tonight against this place. Rockstar, let's go to the big map. Pull it up. It's up now. Zoom into who we're playing tonight. Rocky. Looking for an island.
You've never heard of Haiti?
Nope. Here we go.
Never heard of Puerto Rico?
Nope. Rocky, we lost it. We lost
U.S.
it.
Virgin Islands?
Nope, we're not playing them.
Okay.
Keep going. Oh, there they are. St. Kitts and Nevis.
Huh.
We're playing St. Kitts and Nevis tonight.
I think I've heard of St. Kitts. I had no idea that it was a country.
It's right by Charlestown.
Yeah, I think I'd heard of St. Kitts as like a resort.
Hey, Rockstar, what kind of island is the bottom?
Jeez.
That's where you want to go.
I mean,
I've hit rock bottom.
Yeah, we all go to vacation. The bottom.
I mean, do you even have a landing strip on the bottom?
Yeah. Do you see like a tramp stamp from space?
Oh, I bet DirecTV's hell in bottom.
There's St. Kitts and Nevis.
That's pretty looking country.
That is.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, who built those rocks?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Big port ship there.
We got a mutual friend in St. Bart's right now.
Right.
That place looks fun.
Yeah.
Hey, Rockstar, I want more on the bottom.
The bottom? Is that a country in its own, Rockstar? Go up to
I think it's just an island.
You think it's just an island?
I mean, is that where the saying rock bottom came from?
I have
the
no
pirates
idea.
Columbus was selling? Crap, we've hit rock bottom.
Do you think there's a McDonald's
On
in
the bottom? Oh, the bottom's
Oh,
a
look at
beautiful
that.
place.
Damn.
Part of the
what else-
Caribbean Netherlands.
Look what else in the bottom.
Yeah. The hills look alive with the sound of music.
Dude, that might be a
What's
good
hotel
place
you
to
staying at? We're
move.
lollipops.
Lollipops.
Lollipop?
You got a
Yeah.
lollipop in the bottom.
Damn, it's 87 there?
It's 87 in the bottom?
Yep.
Partly cloudy
What
in the
is
bottom.
Lollipop's restaurant in like?
Yeah,
You think it's
click on that.
5-star?
Yeah.
It fell apart quick.
I don't feel like I'm gonna get a good biscuit right there.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, you know what?
They're serving donkey dick. Go back up on that. What is that entree?
You know what? That's
gonna be fried cod.
in the bottom.
Careful. It's with a hard D.
You're gonna get fried cod at the bottom there.
Good view at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's gorgeous. Look at
That's
that.
where they filmed Castaway, right?
It's where Drake played his first concert. That's where he started, right?
They got a table in the bottom?
A high chair.
I really wonder what nightlife at the bottom is like.
It can't be great. Not many people there.
Soccer tonight. Way to Wellness can help get you in a very good place when it comes to your blood pressure numbers, cholesterol numbers, and, of course, weight loss. I've lost 18 pounds since Alabama got booted from the NCAA tournament. Maintaining that weight, correcting my blood pressure and cholesterol numbers, all thanks to Leslie and her board-certified team. Go in there. and see Leslie right there in Vestavia in the Birmingham area, or you can, wherever you're watching us right now, check them out online. The website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. And the best part is, if all three of us went in there, all three of our plans would be very different. I eat my own lunch, my own dinner. It's not some pre-made plan. I go to restaurants and everything. Brown and I had a nice lunch together yesterday. We bounced out of here and went and shared a salad at a local restaurant. And then I had a couple of protein bars from Way to Wellness yesterday. Got home last night, had some grilled chicken thighs, Brussels sprouts, and a nice piece of homemade cornbread. It was a good meal last night. All that part of my plan. What will your plan be? Find out. Planforme.com. Planforme.com. It is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Cornbread is something I don't eat enough of.
I love cornbread.
Are you a fan or not a fan?
I'm a fan, but it's not like you really get many options at a restaurant to eat cornbread.
Nope.
And I don't know a lot of people that fix cornbread unless it's like a special event. So I just don't have the opportunity to eat it.
It does seem like we're losing a great generation of cornbread makers.
Back in the day, and I think this chain is non-existent now. Kenny Rogers Roasters. I think they officially are completely gone now.
It was almost too sweet, though.
Oh, I didn't think so, because I like to get it with the barbecue sauce and run it through the barbecue sauce.
I like to do it with the baked beans. Boston Market had it too.
Yeah.
Lunsford, cornbread is bad. Forrester, biscuits greater than cornbread.
I mean, that back
Ross,
row.
cornbread can be good, but also can be very bland.
Well, I like the Mexican cornbread.
I
Yeah,
like
there
Mexican.
it is.
I like sweet cornbread and Mexican cornbread.
Good cornbread made the way your grandmother made it.
A cornbread in chili is really good.
I agree completely. Do you like it when the cornbread has a little piece of corn actually in it?
Not really.
You don't like that?
I do.
Nope. I feel like I'm getting legit cornbread.
Yeah, I
with
think
that
that's more the Mexican cornbread.
Yeah, that
though.
is more the Mexican. I like the kind that is done in a black skillet and comes off, and it's almost like it's got sawdust on both sides of it. It's
Little
sort of
burn?
crumbly. It's
Yeah.
crumbly. It's got a little texture
Yeah.
to it.
I always thought Mexican cornbread was just the jalapenos.
And
No,
corn, I
it's-
think.
And corn?
Got a little vegetable in it.
I think it's got some other peppers in it besides just jalapenos.
If you are a cornbread maker, let us know in the chat room.
Bring us
there.
some.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'd love some. But a cornbread maker, let me know. Sterling, if you're listening right now,
I was just thinking
do
Sterling.
you make cornbread too? We need some good cornbread.
I love cornbread.
Ooh, jalapeno cheddar cornbread.
Michael says
Sir.
sugar in cornbread is an abomination. Who puts sugar in their cornbread?
I mean,
Well,
I like
to make
the
it sweet, it's
yeah.
got to be.
I'm telling you, Kenny Rogers used to have it. Was so good.
Yeah, I think I remember it being sweet cornbread.
It
I did
was
not
sweet
like
cornbread,
that.
100%.
I did not like that.
There used to be that one over in Hoover.
I'm a little surprised. Not that it was necessarily a great product, but both Boston Market and Kenny Rogers, that concept didn't work. You know, like the meat and three.
I mean, it
for
was
fast
it
food.
was basically grilled rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, well, they priced themselves out of the market.
So it's too expensive.
Yeah, when you try to, there are still some locations around the country apparently, but when you're in the South, and basically you're serving up really a upsized meat and three is what it turned out to be, where you don't give us as big of portions as we get at a local meat and three, and you basically it's.
When you know they're canned vegetables.
Yeah, it
too.
seems to be a little more overproduced in your local meat and three. Why not just go to a local meat and three?
Man, I haven't been to a meat and three in forever. We ought to do a meat and three bracket
I
just
am
to find out the best.
all freaking in, and
I am too.
The warehouse in Gadsden used to be the best meat and three in the world. Man.
I've heard about this Bluff Park Diner.
Oh yeah, a buddy
you
of mine
been?
owns that joint. Yeah,
C Stu goes all the time.
I like that place. A friend of mine owns it.
All right, so some good plugs there from a couple of local places there. Maybe we'll get out to a good meat and three. But if you're a cornbread person, jump in on that. Love a good cornbread. I'd love to see a good recipe there because I need to.
You need some cornbread?
Well, I need maybe Maggie to get a really good recipe on cornbread.
Oh, my.
Right there.
Does anybody know where a lot of excess cash is?
Yeah.
Does
Good recipes for
Maggie
cash.
make cornbread?
Apparently not well.
She does.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
She does. But I'm looking for another good recipe.
Did you
of
have cornbread last night, Dunaway?
Getting some good cornbreads in the recipe there. What are you guys doing tonight?
That would be Odie's team trivia. Rock starts Wednesday night.
Cornbread trivia.
Hey, guess what? It's going to be all next round all the time. Will Haber's out tonight, so Brown is going to pinch it.
I'm in.
I know Brown's going to be there. My question is always, are you going to be there?
I hadn't missed in a while.
The regular rotation of me now is Rockstar Brown and whoever the third one is.
It's been a minute since I've done it. I'm happy to be back.
I've been there quite often, and trust me, I've been doing it for 15 years now. So I'm kind of Roger Clemens. Some of these road trips I got to get away from. But look, man,
you know you are. You're Vin Scully at the end.
That's right.
You only do home games.
It is so much fun, though. Great crowd. If you've never been before, come out, join us, get there early. Brown and I, we might go early. You got dinner plans?
I do have dinner plans, yes.
Then Brown will not be going early. I might go early, but get there and enjoy some of that food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers. Try out that Diablo sandwich. It's a Birmingham institution, ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. And trust me, the pricing is in line. It's great. It's not going to be $17 for a beer like I paid last night. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Okay, so if you're scoring at home, let me take you back to the College World Series in Omaha. It comes out it was the most watched College World Series of all time.
Which is very surprising to me.
Yeah, I saw the numbers. I don't know. It just every
Terrible
sports
games.
bar or every regular bar had those games on. But the Super Regionals were great. The early on College World Series was great. And once you get to the championship
Just
round,
bad
people are going to tune
games.
in.
Yeah.
Well, the first game wasn't.
And as Stuart Mandel points out, if you go back to softball, it was the most watched women's World Series of all time.
All right.
If you go back to the first few days of March Madness, the first round was the most watched first round in X number of years. It was the most watched women's NCAA tournament of all time. Stewart points out, says, how come I keep seeing all these top power conference commissioners and executives in Washington saying the federal government has to save college athletics when we're watching the most watched this or that of all time? What are they trying to say?
Yeah, I don't know, but I think there are a couple things at play here. I think if you talk to anybody in the television industry, they will tell you the one thing that is working right now is live sporting events. You know, your traditional, TV sitcoms, it's a hard plow for them now because people can DVR, they don't have to watch it live. It's an on-demand world. The one thing you have to watch live is sporting events.
But that's been the case for what, 5 years, 10 years?
Yeah, it has been, but there was
there's another thing that is at play here.
There was always competition in that too, Jim, because the on-demand world didn't exist as much 10 years ago as it does now. Everything is on demand now except for live sporting events.
But you've told us for years that live sports is the only thing that that gets people to watch. You tell us all the time that it keeps growing because of gambling.
It's it, man. I mean, right now we've got live and legal in 34 states and the District of Columbia. So think about that. We went from, I think in 2020, we only had 2 brick and mortars, 2 states with brick and mortar. It has grown that much. We are so behind as a state. With all that said, when you've got 34 states where you can go on an app and gamble, and they're putting numbers up now on college baseball and the Women's College World Series, it puts more action to the game. And if you've got action on a game, you're going to watch.
There is no doubt, in my opinion, that other than the NFL, college athletics is the second biggest sports entity in our country.
Yeah, it is when you look at all of it combined. Yeah, I mean, a college football Saturday, when you look at the total number of people, I'm just going to guess here, but I would think at a college football Saturday, all the games put together, you probably got 15 to 20 million viewers. Would you say that's probably right, Jim?
That's a fair guess.
Yeah, 15 to 20 million
Only the
viewers.
NFL is going to beat that.
Only the NFL is going to beat that, and they do beat it. I mean, don't get me wrong. The NFL does beat that, but no other sport is going to approach that. And it's why you see Fox, as much as people want to bellyache about, save college football, hey, Fox and ESPN lined up to pay massive amounts of money to get those rights.
And to my point, and I know the gambling and the live aspect of it all, but we're watching it for whatever reason. We're watching it, and they're telling me, you'd hear people, we're not going to watch it, amateurism, and you're going to start paying them, I'm not going to watch it.
I laugh at that.
But this just isn't the case. You guys are still watching it. You're watching it.
Yep.
You're watching the College World Series.
Hey, and guess what? When
you're watching basketball.
When you go to the 12-team playoff, those are going to be massive TV numbers too. People can bellyache all they want, but those are massive TV numbers. People bellyache about, I can't believe we let 6 and 6 teams in bowl games. Most teams, not all, most teams, their biggest TV audience of the year is their bowl game. We'll always go back to this. Who did Missouri play in the bowl this year? Was it Wake? Was it Missouri and Wake? It was some crap bowl
Maybe.
game. It was like 3.5 million viewers. was one of the biggest audiences both Missouri and Wake played in front of all year. And that was a terrible bowl game. People can say all they want. I'm not watching 2 6-6 teams play. Well, people do.
Yep.
And people do. You can say all you want. Players aren't getting paid. I'm not going to watch Alabama and Auburn anymore. That's bull.
Pretty amazing television numbers as we wrap up the 2022-23 sports calendar in college sports. And we're just 59 days away from doing it all over again, starting another year in football. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. We roll on with another segment coming up, and it's a listener-suggested segment we'll do on the flip side on the fly. Tell us about Bromberg's.
Yeah, hey, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and they also invite you to discover David Yurman's new collections. Inspired by the beauty of the natural world, David Yurman, founded in New York City by 2 artists, David, a sculptor, his wife, Sybil, a painter. Over 40 years later, the Yurmans and their son, Evan, continue to redefine American luxury jewelry, combining innovative technology, fine craftsmanship, and exquisite artistry. Visit Bromberg's today. Find sculptural pieces from David Yurman's collections. Again, 2 locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online, brombergs.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Summer is here. School is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Randall suggested what we're about to do. I have a coin. We're going to flip it. Brown is going to be ABC, ESPN. LT is going to be Fox, and we're going to have the old football SEC Big Ten Challenge, much like the schedule release of the ACC, SEC basketball. We'll remind you of who everyone is playing in that basketball, which starts this November. After I tell you about our friends at Legacy, we'll be making a new Legacy when the SEC and the Big Ten expands with Texas and Oklahoma. and with USC and UCLA next season. UAB officially joins the American on July 1st. Legacy has been supporting UAB now for over 60 years, and so much so that Legacy Pavilion is the name of their practice facility. You see that every time you drive through downtown Birmingham. You can see everything Legacy offers you at LegacyCreditUnion.com. That includes their everyday checking, no monthly fee, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early on your direct deposit. That's part of their everyday checking. They're fantastic when it comes to car and truck loans as well. And lifestyle loans can be used for unexpected medical expenses, wanting to update a backyard, or if you just want to take a dream vacation, the lifestyle loan is for you. No collateral required, affordable low rates, everything you need to know at LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. We had this discussion earlier. The SEC and the ACC now teamed up for this basketball challenge. Tuesday, November 28th, there are the matchups: LSU, Syracuse, Missouri, and Pitt, Mississippi State at Georgia Tech, Notre Dame's at South Carolina, Miami and Kentucky's the headliner on the first night, NC State, Ole Miss, and Clemson in Tuscaloosa to play Alabama. On Wednesday, Tennessee and North Carolina, Duke and Arkansas are the headliners. Texas A&M, Virginia, Florida, Wake Forest, Virginia Tech's down at Neville to play Auburn, Georgia and Florida State, and Boston College in Vandy. So Randall said, because we brought up a discussion, man, it would be great if we had one of those type challenges in football. And LT said, if it was, you wouldn't want it to be the ACC. You'd want it to be SEC and Big Ten. So we're going to flip the coin to see who gets the first pick, because if it was the SEC and the Big Ten, Fox would get half the games, and the SEC would go on ESPN ABC with the home games, and they'd have to flip a coin, much like this American Quarter, to decide who would pick first. So you call it Fox. LT Fox.
Oh, I'm going to go tails. Always go tails.
Tails never fails.
It is tails. I assume you want to pick first.
I will pick first.
I will tell you Texas and Oklahoma and USC and UCLA are in play, yes.
Oh, they are. Okay.
So your first one is what?
I am going to go with Georgia heading to the Horseshoe.
Georgia at Ohio State would be your first choice. Surprising to me as I watch, I guess I'm NBC, as I just watch from afar going,
how did I get these games?
Wish I was part of this.
I mean, is that a good choice?
Yes. It is. I'm, just for TV numbers, Georgia at USC would have been nice, but that's a good game. I mean, that's a rematch of last year's championship.
I just think
you can't beat it.
And I think it would be really cool to see Georgia go to the Horseshoe.
Yeah, I agree.
Play in that environment. Can you imagine how many Georgia fans would travel up there? It'd be awesome.
It would be good. Brownie? Excuse me, I'm sorry. ESPN, ABC?
I am going to take the University of Alabama hosting USC.
Okay.
Crimson Tide Trojans.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Historic rivalry.
USC and Alabama in Tuscaloosa, or would you make it like a throwback game, a Field of Dreams game, and play it at Legion Field?
I would not.
Yes.
I would play it in Tuscaloosa.
With the third pick, Fox is going to send Brian Kelly and the Louisiana State Tigers to Michigan, to the Big House.
I hate that we're losing that LSU crowd, but good game, good matchup.
With my next pick, I'm going to bring Penn State to Austin. I'm going to match up Texas and Penn State. Good helmet game there for me.
Penn State to Texas.
Yep.
Quick reminder, Penn State recently played in the SEC at Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, so most likely that was off the board there. Fox?
Oh, Fox is going to go – this gets a little trickier here. I think Fox is going to go.
I point out you have good home field advantages in Wisconsin right now.
Oh,
UCLA at the
I
Rose
know.
Bowl. Oh, no,
I know.
I'm just for those that are watching at home. The pick is in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I am going to go with Oklahoma at UCLA.
Oklahoma at UCLA.
The Troy Aikman Bowl.
Oh, those baby blue uniforms. How are they going to play with an SEC team? Oh, wait. They did one other time. Charbonnet LSU flashback. ESPN ABC has the next selection. Great home field advantages all over the SEC still in play in places like Auburn, Alabama, Knoxville, Tennessee, Kyle Field at Texas A&M.
You know what I've just realized? Well, you run out of Big Ten teams in a hurry.
You really do. Now do the ACC.
I know. I mean,
this would have been really boring hours ago.
I am going to send Wisconsin to Tennessee. Take Wisconsin, Tennessee. Don't love it, but
I feel like I woke up hungover watching that in an Outback Bowl one time.
Yeah, you're about to get a lot of that.
Yeah.
I am going to send the Auburn Tigers to Iowa, to Kinnick Stadium.
Why did you match that up twice? You've matched that up twice.
Well, it was on the table for me. I think those are the next best programs.
Boy, I tell you what, you've killed us by taking Jordan Hare and Tiger Stadium and putting them on the road.
I hate it.
No wonder we hate Fox. You suck, Clat.
Boy, it is tough now.
Oh, I've got a good matchup.
Yeah, I would
Really?
start
Yeah.
Brown. Just try to save a great home field here, and then just pair him up with somebody.
I'm gonna send Nebraska to Florida. Match up Nebraska and Florida, a rematch of that old Fiesta Bowl in, what was that, 95?
What was that beatdown? Was that
95?
Was that Fiesta, or was that? It wasn't the Rose Bowl. It was Fiesta.
Yeah. No, Florida owes them
Tom
a debt.
Osborne spanked Steve Spurrier's
He
ass.
did. He did. Florida owes them a debt, and that's how we're going to play it up on ESPN.
Damn, I wanted to send Tennessee to Nebraska,
I've already
but
sent Tennessee somewhere.
Oh,
I've
you
already
did?
got them a game. Yeah,
wait,
man.
where are they?
Wisconsin's
Okay.
hosting
Oh
them.
yeah.
Here's the master if you need to keep up with this.
I am going to send. This is gross.
I mean, it gets gross in a hurry.
I'm going to send A&M to East Lansing.
And you are stealing the home field advantages.
I am.
To Michigan State.
Michigan State?
God.
I hate. Should I send them to East Piscataway?
I hate to even Fox in on this discussion now. I wish we'd just let ESPN do this.
I mean, I don't really care anymore, to be honest with you.
Where else would you go next?
Well, I mean, I've got all I've got left is Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Arkansas, South Carolina, Kentucky, Missouri, and Vandy.
Yeah, I mean,
how am I supposed to make good games out of this?
I've got Maryland, Indiana, Rutgers, Purdue, Illinois, Minnesota.
You need to
and
come up with
Northwestern.
one more, Brown, just to give us 6 even there.
Oh, God. I will play.
And let's see who's got the better 6 matchups.
Ugh. I'll tell you what. I'm going to create a storyline. I'm going to send Illinois to Arkansas, the Brett Bielema game. The only reason that game has any intrigue is the Brett Bielema storyline.
Do I need one more?
No, that's 6 each.
Yeah.
What SEC teams did we not mention?
I did not send anybody to the Mississippi's, South Carolina, Kentucky, Missouri, or Vandy.
Yeah, I've only got me at 5. Is that wrong?
Yeah, each of you have 5.
Okay.
That's my bet.
Okay.
Mississippi State, Ole Miss, South
Carolina, Kentucky, Missouri, Vandy.
Missouri. Okay.
I only like 2 of my matchups a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it was good early, but this
Yeah.
lost a lot. I lost a lot of interest in
But I
this
mean,
game.
Georgia at Ohio State, LSU at Michigan, I love those.
Yeah,
Because what you have left over is Maryland.
You have left over a bunch of Big Ten Network and SEC
Indiana,
Network games. Yeah.
Rutgers.
Yeah, I mean, you could pick any of those games. I don't really care.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll watch them, but it's not good.
But the ACC would have equally been worse, right?
ACC would have been harder, I think. Yeah, I mean, once you get past Florida State, Clemson, I mean, really, once you get past those, what excites you anymore about the ACC?
So even if we had the Fox and ABC, the Fox and ESPN ABC Big Ten SEC Challenge,
we got about 4 or 5 good games out of it.
That would rotate back and forth among these bottom teams that did not get selected.
Yeah.
Would be paired up a lot.
I feel
and
like
these
that.
top teams would be paired up a lot.
I mean, like, are you gonna? Just be honest about this.
And this discussion came up because everyone disliked Alabama and Auburn's ACC, SEC basketball. We were like, Clemson, Alabama, Virginia Tech, Auburn. That sort of sucked. But somebody's got to suck. Like Auburn's not happy having to go to Iowa.
But with
A&M going to Michigan State.
There's zero chance they would ever send Ohio State to Missouri. That's never going to happen. Not in a million years would they ever make that.
You know, I think this year, if USC and UCLA were still in the Pac-12, it would be more interesting having SEC Pac-12 because I would love to see some of these SEC programs go to some of those smaller stadiums.
Rating the matchups, my top 5 would be Georgia, Ohio State, LSU, Michigan, USC, Alabama, Penn State, Texas, Wisconsin, Tennessee. That'd be in that order, my top 5.
I mean, even when you get to Wisconsin, Tennessee, I'm like, I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good, not great.
See, maybe it's a basketball thing. These conferences challenges, not even good in football. Purdue at Kentucky, Bobby would go.
I mean, it's a game.
It is a game. I mean, honest, Bobby, if Purdue and Kentucky's playing in week 3 of the season, is that main TV for you?
No, never.
No, there's going to be something good out
You
there.
know, of my 5 matchups, I think the Big Ten's favored in all these games.
Ooh.
Auburn goes to Cal already this year, so the Pac-12 wouldn't have been much better.
I mean, I think Ohio State at home against Georgia would be favored.
Oh, I could see that, yeah.
Yeah. Our friends at Hemp Hill brings you the show. One more segment still to go, LT. Tell us about the folks at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, summer weather is here. Everyone knows that. If you've stepped outdoors, our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranties when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Two things before we go. One of them, a graphic from The Athletic. Just put in the kind of sports year it was for one particular state. Florida teams in 2023 so far. The Heat lost in the NBA Finals. The Panthers lost in the Stanley Cup Finals. Miami lost in the men's Final Four. Florida Atlantic lost in the men's Final Four. Florida lost in the men's College World Series. Florida State lost in the women's College World Series.
Dang. Yeah, but you know what? It's still a successful year.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, all these championship losses, but it's a good year to get those teams where they got them.
Look, the Heat had no expectation. They were in a play-in game. The Panthers were an 8 seed. I forgot where Miami was seeded. I think they were a 3 or 4 seed. But I think that was their first ever Final Four.
Yeah. Florida Atlantic.
I mean, that was an incredible year.
Yep. Florida and Florida State are good at their terms, but, you know, still, to make it to the championship series. Really, really interesting year, I wonder if a football team like Florida State can keep it rolling in 2023. We'll see.
That would be the only one.
The best chance, right? The final thing I'll leave you with before you put up any pictures. Are you a cruise guy or no? Do you like cruises or not?
I've been on 2 cruises.
Mission
and
Impossible is good.
I am not a fan.
I've never been on a cruise, but I don't really desire to go on one.
Right circumstance, I would go on another one, but it would have to be an abbreviated 3 or 4 day.
I've been on 2, didn't hate them, but my belief is they're just like a floating terrorist target to me. When you put
so the kind of things you worry about.
Yeah, when you put 2,000, 3,000 people on a boat, seems pretty easy.
I've never thought about that. I guess it happened in Speed 2 with Jason Patrick and Sandra Bullock.
But the largest cruise ship in the world is set to go in January. They're testing it now. Icon of the Seas. This is it right here. Some pictures for you. It'll go 7 nights. The Bahamas, Mexico, St. Martin, Honduras, and the Coco Cay that the royal folks owned down there. Inside, 20 stories, 8 different neighborhoods or cities inside, restaurants, full water park, the largest water park ever assembled on seas. Even one suite that is 3 stories that has a slide in it if you get that one suite. An unbelievable icon of the seas. There's the water park that's on the boat right there. It looks like Splash Adventure. Big basketball courts over there, shuffleboard. That's it at night. Beautiful looking ship. Test runs happening now.
How much?
I don't know, but it's going to start out of South Florida in January.
I would actually go on something like that. My fear would be they've put so much into all of the aesthetics and all of the features that I wonder how sound the boat actually is.
Hey, if you die on one of those, don't they have a morgue?
They do.
Yeah.
They do. Yeah.
They've got a brig and a morgue.
They got a jail. Yep.
Yeah. So you stay at sea, when you die. So if your family's traveling with you, they just got to kind of, go hit the buffet for a little bit till y'all get back to sea. I mean, how does that just
No,
land?
I actually, oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember. A friend had somebody their husband or wife died on a cruise and they had to stay on the cruise.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's got to be awful.
I'll tell you, though, another cruise, we've got a friend that went on a cruise through the Greek islands. The boat, including the crew, was 60 people. It was all-inclusive, but every fine wine you could imagine, and you got to come up with your itinerary. The crew knew everyone's name, and you got to pick the islands you wanted to stop off, when you wanted to stop off, 10 days.
Do you think you would have been popular on the boat or not popular because you had been trying to which is the Greek island you always want to go to?
Santorini.
Yeah, Santorini.
Santorini, you'll be like, guys, one more day, Santorini. What do you say? You
Well,
start trying to wheel
the
and deal.
last cruise I was on, they were big fans the first day, but by the 3rd day when I was blowing the whistle from Carlos and Charlie in the dining area, people were pissed.
I'm with Jeff in the chat room. I don't want to be anything that's maiden voyage. I like them to work the kinks out first. Let me go. I'll go on voyage 2, but not maiden voyage.
You get out there and dang it, man, we forgot to put the bolts in those portholes there.
That's right.
We are taking on water.
These lights don't come on.
Just go ahead and lay down in the bed, Jim, you and Maggie. That's always my takeaway from the Titanic.
Deep inside, you want to die that way with Maggie, don't you? Laying in the bed, holding hands.
I don't mind dying with Maggie, but I expect her to outlive me. I don't want to drown. I don't know how I want to go. I hope it's in the middle of a live read when I'm not on camera, one of y'all's. All right, that's the show. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. These guys are at trivia tonight. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.